Lutnick says Trump weighing advanced Nvidia chip sales to China. Lutnick currently speaking on Bloomberg News. Lutnick says our suggestion is for the EU to find a way to have balanced digital set of rules. Lutnick says the US can then put forward steel deal. US dollar hits session high versus the yen, last up 0.4%. One minute remaining to the market on open imbalance. EU's Sefcovic says conditions in place to launch negotiations on US steel tariffs. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance, S&P 500 buy side 72 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 16 million, Dow 30 buy side 20 million, Mag 7 buy side 2 million. Kremlin aide Ushakov says many provisions of US drafted Ukraine peace plan seems acceptable. Ushakov says some provisions of the US drafted peace plan require detailed discussion. Ushakov says European counter-proposals on Ukraine peace plan seem at first glance completely unconstructive and do not work for Russia. US stocks extend gain, Nasdaq up 1%. According to Xinhua, President Xi talks with Trump over the phone. US Trade Secretary Greer says must implement tariff agreement before moving on to other things. Alphabet shares rise 4.5% to hit a record high after rising 3.5% in the previous session. According to Interfax, the Kremlin say no Russia-US talks scheduled to discuss plan. EU's Sefcovic says from day one we will have respected our mutual commitments on tariffs. Tesla shares up 4.3%. According to TASS, Kremlin say Russia ARAB summit unlikely to be in 2025. Just to reiterate, according to TASS, Kremlin says Russia Arab summit unlikely to be in 2025.
Phew. I wondered if that was oh yeah, that's nice and clean. So clean, so fresh. I have wooden reeds here.
Lutnick says critical minerals, rare earths are topics easy to work on because everybody agrees. The Nasdaq 100 extends gains up to 1.5%. So in 10 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from ECB's Lagarde, who's delivering a keynote address. Text available, no Q&A.
Oh, you're so amazing. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh.
S&P 500
Oh,
also extends gains,
yeah.
up 1%.
Oh, why don't we turn
Voice
you
news
off over there? We don't
disconnected.
need you. Check 1, 2. We don't need to listen to the news squawker tell us we're going up, do we? Oh, yeah. It's so early in the morning. It's, we normally save this for 4 p.m., don't we? 3 in the afternoon, maybe? Oh, God, yeah. we have the morning moans going. Oh. The bears are like, I don't like morning moans. So like, maybe I prefer my moans in the afternoon. Hold on there. Oh, I got no light again. Okay, we have some stuff to talk about today. Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving to you out there if you're watching the show at the moment. I'm a little early right now. All right, we have to do some updating. Okay, let's get this started. Okay, so no, that's not right. Nope. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go over. I almost wrote a brief last night, another brief, and I stopped because of the last brief that I wrote. And I think the last brief suffices at this point. But if not, I'll write you a brief today. And I can show you all the reasons why we should sell. There was a posit last week that. Well, let me top line it for you. So I'll tell you right now. The street says the systematics have been violated, and they're in sell mode. That's you and I. We are basically systematic traders. I don't know if you know that or not, but that's what we are. We have a rules-based trading system. That's what we trade with as a community. A rules-based trading system. The best part about systematic trading systems is you don't have to call bottoms and tops. You basically have a set of rules that has an edge, verifiable edge, to make or lose money, believe it or not. And as long as you stick to that systematic approach to the market, it will always tell you when to go risk on, when to go risk off. So that's been violated. Now, then you have discretionary traders. Discretionary traders, unless you're good, tend to be supply for the market. Unless they tend to be discretionary traders. Then you get a mix of the two. You can be systematic in your approach, but be open to putting risk on, maybe in a risk on off environment, or seeing opportunities and taking those opportunities. But you need to understand those concepts and what we are as a group. We're systematic traders, through and through, basically systematic traders. Do we get discretionary? Yeah, we do. We do. And you know how that goes sometimes, right? You'll say, "Oh, look, Cap just broke his rule, and he's going to lose all his money." That's how that goes a lot of the time when you're discretionary. But if you're making your money through a systematic approach, and you are only spending money in a discretionary style account, you should be fairly well off. You can choose however you want to spend your money, your winnings, your great years, and whatever. Right? You decide where you put that money. So we've got that going on. Notice a little bit of pep in my step this morning. That's because I'm on steroids. Whew. Talk about a bump. I need to get on the steroid train. So I want you to think about that systematic approach to the stock market and the discretionary part of the stock market. So I did just sell off that 4 hour here. They're going to try to come back in, and they're going to try to slam this thing up one more time. So you can take a peek here. They're going to try to sell this down. And they're going to try again to get it up there. If we don't break this white little line right here, this 657, they can potentially rip it higher. So we want to just like go down here, make a new low, and then start selling it if we can. And this is important, what I just drew here. This is very important. Remember, you get the low, then the new low, right? You're not going to trust back tests anymore, are you? Right? If we come down to the hourly trigger, you're going to be more suspicious, right? You're going to need to see what? A marked low, a high, a new high to take it long. It's not that hard. It's just more suspicious of buy the dippers. And I've said this to you simply before. You no longer trust buyers. Simple. I don't trust buyers. Now, if you remember when we were in by the dip, a lot of people don't know how to buy the fucking dip. I don't care about those people. But a lot of people do know how to buy the dip. And so you want to rely upon those people to direct you that held or going up. You have to. Or you just sell the rip, which is fine too. People get things wrong, or they don't have the whole story. There is I forget the guy that wrote this, but there's a guy that wrote a book. I have it. I got a shelf full of shit, and he's on there. And he doesn't like selling strength. I agree with this man. He likes selling weakness. And you'll hear that verbiage tossed around, but they don't give you the full statement. They give you the top line, but they don't tell you the rest of it. And you want to sell weakness. We are in weakness. We're in sell the rip. We're in risk off. We're in the first part of risk off, right? But we're not in like the markdown mode yet, are we? We're not. And not only that, when they tell you sell weakness, they forget to tell you the sell the rip part. And a lot of people take it as sell the dip or sell the weakness when it's down there. That's false. You want to be patient and wait for the rip. Now, you might miss out on one or two of those sell the rip moments when you first get started. But if you're selling the rip from highs, you're going to have a really good fucking time when we're on lows. You're going to have a really good time. Think about that. You're not chasing. So let's say you're a seller and you see a rip and you didn't take it. We blast down to the depths of hell and you're thinking, sell weakness. I'm going to hammer the put button down here. That's not the way to do it. It really isn't. You miss a cycle if you have to. And you look for the places where you can sell the rip. Where are those places? Anybody know? We all know it's the daily trigger, right? We sell the daily trigger. We sell the hourly trigger once we break them. Make sense? You can sell stuff like this. But you have to know that you're like, that's a trade. That's a trade. This is not a trade. If a good bull by the dipper will tell you that. I'm in and I'm out. I'm in and I'm out. Oh, now it showed me the way lower. I can get on board for party time now. So like you've got, if this was in the inverse right now, we're buying a dip. We've just blasted through the place to buy the dip. You can buy a little bit of that. But you can't buy like, hey, we're going up. Can't do that. So you got to start to think about if we blast up here, you still want to get that low, get that new low, and you can start getting aggressive somewhere in here with some stops above. But you still need that, you know, that marked bottom, and that like if this was a bottom going down, then you would still need that high and then the back test of the high on the inverse, of course, to start moving. That 5-wave downside move, right? That big move down. And also remember something here that they don't call it, for bulls, they don't call it by the rip. They call it by the dip. For sell the rip, they mean something with that rip, and there's an intent behind that. You will get your shit blown out. If you try to sell the wrong rip, they will rip your face off. All else equal, in negative gamma, you will see moves that are violent to the upside. And if you look at any bear market or any crash, there's always these key moments where you see the rejection on that hourly or even daily trigger, or even half an hour trigger. Half an hour daily trigger, you'll see the rejection and the violence to the downside. That's what you want to be watching. There's something else here too. Even though we're on risk off in the start of selling, I posted on Twitter this morning, you know, you got to watch 675 and 683.85 and all-time highs and even 700-ish. And there's probably some sellers out there that are saying, that can't happen. You know, that's like a fucking bull saying we can't get a correction or a pullback or a major correction in a bull run. That's insano to say that. That's insano. So even as a seller, you have to be aware that even though we're on this risk-off behavior, and even if we go risk-on in the risk-off behavior, it is not a signal to go higher. It is looking for liquidity, a grab to go lower. And if you're open to all those things, you can start to see the market a little bit cleaner. A little bit cleaner. And especially in a holiday. We're coming into Thanksgiving where people are wrapping it up. We're coming into the holiday season for Christmas where people are wrapping it up. It would be succinct to ram this shit down your throat into a time period where nobody is going short. I'm traveling to go to see my family in upstate, I don't know, upstate Timbuktu, Montana. So they rip this thing up into that while I'm getting on a plane. And I missed it. But luckily for you, you're watching the show this morning. That means that you're slumming it with Jim James over the holiday. That means you'll be here for those moments. If there are those moments where we rip faces off and go to the moon, you have the ability to sell there. Kind of nice, right? There's probably some old, rich, fat, white guy in Wall Street that forces one of his traders to sit there at a screen until the last moment to do it. Luckily, you're hanging out with that guy, and you're hanging out with me. And if we have those moments, we can sell them together. I don't know if they're right now at this moment. I don't know if they're, Wednesday at fucking 3:43 or Wednesday at 4:15 p.m. or Friday at 4:15 p.m. or Friday morning at 9:30. But we're going to watch for them and be patient. Some of these guys might be going on vacation and say, I'm going to sell Monday and I'm going on vacation today. So you may get a little weakness out of that. That doesn't mean it's going down either. So we just want to watch for these inflection points. You want to watch and know where they are, be open to where they can be, and then begin to make decisions as to what you're going to do to the downside. Now, I did see, remember I said the follow through on Monday? Yeah, see that? Follow through on Monday upside. Remember I said early sellers will step in on Friday? You could see more ups on Monday, possibly even into Wednesday. Why? They've been doing it to bulls recently. They're getting like these highs on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Literally, we don't sell to sweep the Friday lows until Wednesday, close the day. So you got to be aware of that too if you're a seller. There's been a little bit of sometimes you'll get it on a Monday, but sometimes it can take it even into Wednesday. They just rip your faces off, and then finally we get the sell on Wednesday, like Wednesday close. Then we fucking sell straight through into the weekend on Friday. That happens. So you got to be aware of it. So right now we're going to come back down here, test this half-hour hourly trigger cross. We're going to see if the buyers are going to step back in and try to ram this up your, whatever. And if they don't, we need to take a sell side to the downside. We're ready. We got it right in here. I didn't actually put it on this one, but there is a sell here. There is a sell down here. And we can move this over. We start breaking this down over here. We're able to break this down and start working on something like this. We'll move this one right over here. We'll start getting power bottom hour for the bulls. Get it? And I'll walk you through this entire process. If we hold on over here, we start moving higher, take out some more stops of these sellers, we'll do it together. Easy peasy. Easy, easy peasy. Over here to the 12 o'clock hour right here, find out what these flows are. Now, we got some stuff to talk about here. You're going to get a brief that talks about this. You're going to get a brief that talks about this in more detail. The argument can be made. I can make you an argument right now that we're going to crash in December until the holidays. I can make that argument to you. I can make the argument that we're going to trade 700. Valid. I can validate both trades. It's probably important for you to be staying on the edges as a trader, whether you're a bull or a bear, over the coming 2 weeks between now and about December 5th. While we work out, are we going to trade that 700 failure or 685 failure, or are we going to trade a crash into December? I don't think that's in stone yet. I'd be open to both. Currently, right now, hedge funds and retailers are matching about what the sell is right now, about 2 billion. I've seen figures of both 2 and 5 billion, 4 to 5 billion, 2 billion, 4 to 5 billion. As of right now, you still get CTAs, sellers in all scenarios. You still get vol control, sellers in all scenarios. But they do become buyers if we start going up to sell those highs. If we don't lose enough, into this time period in the middle here, it's very valid that we start fucking mooning and ripping faces off and go auto buy, window dressing into the year. Do not be in the wrong side of that trade. I'm going to warn you now. Don't. Do not do it. Be a good seller. Be a disciplined seller. You've heard me speak like this to bulls in the past. Now I'm going to speak to bears. I'm going to tell the bulls or the bears what I normally tell the bulls. So we switch. I switch when I talk to you guys about that stuff, and you should too. Switch to that mentality. And I think that will save you this winter. But don't believe for a minute you can't trade 700 here. Please. If you're a sell side here, please don't at least keep it in the back of your mind. Remember that if you're marking a bottom as a bull in a major upturn, we normally return back to the scene of the crime to the downside, give people a way out, and back test to make sure that we're going up. Same thing kind of applies here, where we're going to make sure this is the top. I saw some other discussion over this weekend that it will reveal itself later as to why we are doing the selling we've been doing. I'm going to tell you the real reason right now. It's because we have accumulated on every goddamn time frame. It does not matter what the reason is. It does not matter what bullshit they pull out. I've shown you out there the COVID roll, right? Remember we rolled in COVID? And I said to you, it was going to roll no matter what the reason was given. It did not matter if we had COVID or not. We were maxed out on velocity. Could have been any reason. I don't care what it was. They can make up a reason. You can assign a reason. You can look for a reason. Don't bother, is my point. There's no need to. No, you don't have to watch the dollar trade. No, you don't have to watch credit spread trade. No, you don't have to watch if you get a cut or not trade. I mean, I guess that's kind of the one I would think. Seemed like we did that mad FOMO thrust on that 917, and everything's kind of matching up to that rate cut thing and data thing. Probably the reason. But if no matter what they assign it to, you're not looking for that for signs either for why we're doing this. We're going to do this whether you like it or not. We're going to blow off some of this momentum. We have to go up. You have to take profit to go up. And don't fall victim to the, hey, it's the end of the market. We're all done. Don't fall victim to that shit. This market goes up. It always has. So when we start to mark bottoms, we start looking for higher. And you may be asking, like, where do I think we trade? I can give you the marks just like the upside marks. I can give you the downside marks. We're going to trade 616-ish. That's 620. I think 600 is very valid. And I think 560 is on the table too. We have a big, giant weekly gap to close. To do what? To go up. To go up, 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 up. So if you're a bull, you know, don't be sad here. You're going to get a sweet-ass dip to buy. And you got to be able to switch to that dip with some cash in your pocket too, don't you? Do you want to be down there fighting it all the way and not have money in your pocket? Do you want to be the guy at whatever the bottom actually is that's like, I'm sorry, I gave all my money back to the stock market. I don't have money to buy the dip. You don't want to be that guy, do you? I don't want to be that guy. So there's always light at the end of the tunnel as well. Now, there's a few things we got to chat about here. We got to go over the new gamma for this week. We know, I know, you know that we triggered hedging flows on last week. The data came out over the weekend, and sure enough, as I told you and predicted, the retailers, you can't trust these guys. These guys are cashed out. I mean, they're buying the dip, but they're hedging heavily. They're also collapsing down into Mag 7, and they're collapsing down into indexes. That's not good either. So what they're basically telling you is, hey, you know what? I'm open. A retailer's saying, I'm fucking open to an up move into the end of the year to trade, you know, 685 or 700. But I'm also going to put a fucking hedge in the market here because I'm scared shitless. And I know if this fucking fails, I have to what? Be what? Safe. I want some relative safety. And you've heard me repeat this back to you before it even happened last week, right? This happened on Friday. Thursday and Friday this happened. And I told you before Thursday, Friday, start collapsing down into quality. Why? Because the S&P 500 doesn't have a goddamn CEO, does it? The S&P 500 always comes back, doesn't it? And rather than play whack-a-mole, oops, I got it right. Oops, I got it wrong. Oops, I got it right. Oops, I got it wrong for the other 8 of you. One guy says I got it right, and another 8 of you got it wrong. 2 of you are going to be smart. Did they get that right? I think that math is 11, but one of you is going to say, fuck it, I just bought the indexes, or I just bought Mag 7. I bought Apple. You know, even if it goes down and doesn't follow up, it's going to be relatively safe, isn't it? Enough. So that's good. I like it. Good job, retail. Still doing it right. Pat yourself on the shoulders. You've already heard some of these great street traders call you out. Some retail channels, some retailers, they know too much. You're doing a good job. Congratulations. You're building your own systematic way to trade the stock market. You're being, you know, risky when you make some money. I like that. You should. Be discretional when you want to be. I like that too. Now, some house cleaning. I didn't say much about this last week. I said, I think you may have heard me early in the week bring this up, but then I kind of let it die down. So I have been sick, and I'm working on my being sick with a doctor. Have been for a long time now, for about a year or two. About a year or two. Now, if I ever get sick with something else, I get concerned that it's tied to that other thing that I'm sick with. And it may not be, but it may be. So I always have to check. So last week, when we were rolling down, I did not leave the stream to go deal with this. I got kind of angry as the week moved on. You probably noticed. I was very impatient last week. The reason is because I was not sleeping. Not because I was out partying or any of that kind of stuff. I was literally not sleeping due to this new thing that took place to me last week. I think it was on Friday, but then like I got up Friday, I was sitting on my foot, I got up, and I think I popped my. I think what happened was, I think I popped my. Not even think at this point. I think I popped a disc out of my back last Friday. I was sitting on my foot. I was like last week. I was on the stream a lot for a long period of time, and we're actually rolling before then. So I was sitting on the stream a lot. And that Friday, I sat down on my foot to try to get a better vantage point on my or feeling in my body. And as I got up, I think what I did was I like pulled my leg down and away from my spine and popped my my disc a little bit. And then I fucked up on Sunday. On Saturday, I went and ate oysters. So I was like, maybe it's just the oysters. And then on Sunday, I went and moved a hot tub with a buddy of mine. And I didn't have enough friends with me. This hot tub probably weighed somewhere around 900 to 1,200 pounds, maybe, at the low end. And I moved that fucking thing by myself with another guy, which means I was probably using my legs to, push 500 plus pounds, 600, 700, 800 maybe, potentially, by myself. That inflamed my back. Probably led to a bulging disc. So I've never had one. I've had a lot of injuries in my life, but I've never had a disc slip of any kind. So I went through all of last week having that and no way to deal with that pain. So I slept maybe, if I was lucky, maybe 2 hours a night, if I was lucky. I think I may have got one night with two separate 2-hour periods, but I wasn't getting the REM sleep that I need to flush my brain, wash my brain out nice and clean. On Friday, I went to go see my daughter be inducted into her sorority. I needed to do that for her too. And I love her more than the entire world. So she's one of the sunshines of my life. That's why you have kids. All your kids bring you sunshine. And if you love your children or you can have the ability to be in their lives in any format at any time, or when they ask you to be there, you be there. If you can, if they let you. So I did. Guess where I wound up Friday night? In the emergency room. I thought I could even go to the morning and I couldn't. I thought I was going to die when I was out with my kids, my daughter's Friday night. Literally. Started getting like vertigo and shit. I was really fucked up. Couldn't walk. My gait changed. My walk, my one leg felt like it was longer than the other. Never had any feeling like that in my entire life. And the pain was weird. It wasn't like back pain. I had no back pain. I go to the emergency room and they sent me to the second higher up doctor. And the second higher up doctor's like, you don't need to have back pain to have slipped a disc. He put like one finger on my big toe, one finger. And he just pushed on it. And I felt like lightning was going through me, like I was being electrocuted. It was fucking bad. So he was like, that's all I need to know. Like I just needed to see that there. So immediately put me on, and I have a doctor's appointment coming up on the 9th. So I think the 9th of December, something like that. But he put me on some steroids and he put me on this shot of something in my leg. It was like an instant pain relief. It wasn't opioids or anything. I told him I don't like opioids. I don't take opioids unless I absolutely fucking have to. So he gave me this shot. He gave me some steroids, and then he gave me a prescription strength lidocaine for my right where that L whatever is in my back. I feel like $1 million right now. I do. In terms of where I was last week. I got sleep. I got 3 days of sleep, real sleep. Like I literally slept. Washed my brain out. I come in on Saturday morning. I wake up Saturday morning. I could tell an immediate difference in even my personality. That's how crazy that stuff is. I want you to know that I'm feeling better. I want you to know that I am hurt. I'm gonna get some I guess I'm going here today or tomorrow. I'm gonna go instead of waiting for my doctor's orders to find out exactly what took place. I'm just going to go to a, like private care. I'm going to go do a imaging center. They were closed over the weekend. I'm going to have a CT scan out of my entire body, make sure that I'm okay. So I want you to know that I have to do that this week. Like today, I got to go get a CT scan. I'm pretty fucked up. And I can do what I'm doing now for, here's the high right here. Watch out. Notice the prior high, and here's the high. This is telling you we're going to go higher. If we break above 667.27, we're going to trade even higher. I do think that we're going to trade this right here. This is 667.27, or some kind of a failure up here. Just note this one, okay? If we trade higher than the white line, right? Trade higher opens upside door. Okay? And I do think we go up. I think we're going to try that holiday trade. That means we got to do what? It means we're likely going to sell what? Either a number or a time. Right? We're either going to sell like, Friday, or we're going to try to go up there and knock out that 674, 675 early week, and then try to slam that 685. If you are a buyer that's caught in the market, I want you to know that there's always a return to the scene of the crime. When we go up there, you can unload. You can always get back in if we're going to trade 700. But you can always be the safe trader. When you get given the opportunity, you get off the party train, the party bus, the party roller coaster, and then you reset yourself if you want to go higher. Like, you can get off the bus if you want and then get back on. If we go back risk on again and you want to get back on, that's what you do. You must be systematic in that approach so that you do not have bad times. And you cannot get mad if we go back risk on and you go, oh, I missed that first risk on trade. It's not how you trade this. You be very systematic. Very cool cucumber. Oh, I missed all that money, bro. That's called hindsight trading. If we are in risk off trying to go risk on and it gets rejected, you're going to look like a rock star. I did the right thing. You know what I mean? Seriously, I'm being dead serious here. Like, this is not shit post time or fun time. This is like, I get it. They gave me 2-3 chances to get out. I did. Oh, they ripped it again. Now we're risk on again. Fine, get back on the party bus. Party bus is empty. There might be a few guys on there like, bro, I called that. That's cool. Let that guy call that. Every time we do that, there'll be a new party bus empty with 3 new people on it. They'll never be the same person. Rarely. They're not that good. They're good, but they were that good, they'd be billionaires. So that bus changes with the 3 lonely FOMOers on it. What else do we have here? For me being sick, I have an appointment on the 9th. I'm stabilized until the 9th. Do you think they gave me just enough of what I need to get the sleep that I need to function for us to trade together into about December 9th? And then when I go to my regular doctor, I should have some kind of permanent treatment for what happened. I hope that it goes down, that the disc goes back, or the bulge gets smaller and it slips back into my back. I am doing the exercises that need to be done to do that and to function for you. So I appreciate your patience last week. If you grew impatient with my impatience last week, I apologize deeply from my heart. I have a physical ailment that I was not aware of, and I don't think I've ever felt quite this pain. It's not back pain. It's like something where I could not get comfortable no matter what. I could roll on my stomach. I could sleep on the floor. I could sit in a chair. I could do stand up. It didn't matter. Actually, standing up feels better to me than lying down in any way, shape, or form. Any shape or form. Like, I feel much better right now just walking or leaning on one side and leaving my spine as open as I can get it. So I want to apologize to you directly for my impatience last week. It was very difficult for me to manage my sleep and where I was, and I couldn't get to a doctor quick enough. I was afraid that if they had said something horrible to me, I could not complete what I needed to complete for you, nor for my own family and my children and everyone else that relies upon me in their lives. I'm in this weird situation where I got a wife, I got children, I got you, and you guys mean more to me than my well-being to some extent. If I can hang on for a few days or a week or whatever until weekend. And I want you to know that I did take care of that over the weekend. I spent my weekend taking care of myself to make sure I could perform this week for, life, right? And like we all have to do. And I'm sure a a lot of you do the same thing, right? I don't think I'm unique here. I think a whole bunch of you understand if you're, if you're the responsible person in your family or in your friend group or your small family, even just for yourself, that sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. It's part of life, I think. I really do. I think that's true. That happens. So I am there. I'm back. My back feels functional, at least at this point. So we can carry on for the rest of this week. What else? Hold on. Let me go see what you guys are doing here. Let me get inside the Discord and see what those guys are doing. We got to reset a bunch of stuff here. Today is Monday. How about that dip buy down there on Daddy? Was that good on Bitcoin? That make everybody angry? Middle of the night, gave you the little daddy line down there. I think it was 82 something or whatever, 82,221 or something. I don't know, right at 848, right at like 84,440 or something. I wanted to start thinking about buying the dip. Swoop down, slap the bottom, and looks pretty good right now. We'll find out though if it gets uglier. We're gonna know quick if I have to get out of that goddamn trade. I was like, I'm gonna stay in it anyways, but I don't think I am. Maybe because we can go to like what 87.30, I think it is. The bottom will be like 87.30, then a rip higher to we would rein in expectations of 130 to about 90 or 100,000, and then we would start rolling to the downside on Bitcoin. I sound like a goddamn Bitcoin bro right now. How you guys all doing? Yeah, that's what I got. The sciatica nerve. That's the one that I got. That fucking thing is like on fire right now. It's going down my right leg to my big toe and my right foot. If you push my right foot enough, I'll fucking fall over and roll around like a I don't know. I don't want to say the word. Yeah, I looked at standing desks this weekend. I didn't have the time to pick one up. I looked early. You guys recommended standing desks. I got them. I got a list of them on Facebook. The first breather that I get, I'm going to go pick those things up. We're switching the office. I'm going to be standing from now on. And I'm going to do I'm going to do the soft pad underneath me, and then I'm going to try to get the walking thing too. So like Jim James going, all right, you guys ready to do this and ready to do that? I got to be doing that shit too, more than likely. And some yoga and Pilates back on the menu again. I haven't done that shit in a while either. So I'm there. I'm with you guys. I get it. I listened to what you said last week. I listen. I'm just a stubborn old man. Well, stubborn in terms of I got to get this done and I got to get that done and I got to get this done and then I can deal with that. Yes, I know it's an emergency, but you're going down there. Right? So that's probably a bad quality of mine. I would say it's a bad quality of mine. But, I'm not the nicest fucking man in the world. A woman needs a reason to like you, to stay with you. It's probably something to do with that kind of shit. So, you know what I mean? I'm not the best looking man. I'm not the nicest guy. I'm not the richest man, so I don't know what it is. I certainly don't have the biggest penis in the world, so I don't know what it is. It's probably always there when I need him. Something stupid like that. Well, so here I do have to stand. My office, I think I've shown you, my office looks like an actual studio. It has wires everywhere. It has built out like electric stuff, and I've got it's for what you're seeing and what you're getting, it's two different things. What you see in the front here has nothing to do with what you get. And as a matter of fact, it'd be kind of cool to expand so you can see what you get. I've never opened this up. I've never had like touch screens behind me where I can walk over to them, and I have the ability to do that. Like I have the infrastructure here to make the show a little bit cooler. So we're not quite a professional studio, but in the background it's there. It's like right below a professional studio. So watch out for us going up here. I said pull back down at 12 a.m. We could easily come up here and sweep this now. Watch this. Your prior high, new high. We're above the 1 minute trigger. Watch out for a squeeze and rip higher here to trade this 667.27. Long here, by the way. So for the rest of this week, this is what I got to do. I ran into some problems. I spent the weekend at doctors. The intent for my weekend was to go shopping for Thanksgiving. for some food. I have not done that. I have to get an MRI or a CT scan. I have to get one. Doctors are weird. They want your doctor, or ER doctors want your doctor to do it. Then they don't want you to do certain things unless they recommend them. For me, it's not good enough. I got to get a CT scan. So I got to get it done so I can go to my doctor and say, now I want you to do this. Right? Or you were right and I was wrong. I'll eat that dick. Sorry. But do you get what I'm saying? So I got some things to do this week. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to get started on the week right now. I'm going to spend the next hour or two with you while we go over gamma. I'm going to go over a brief with you that I wanted to write and did not. We're going to go over that brief together. I'm going to show you the points I wanted to make in that brief. I do at some point today need to schedule this appointment, and I more than likely need to go fight the crowds at fucking Whole Foods and Trader Joe's for like an hour or two at some point. So we're going to get started for the expectations for this week. I went over them briefly with you on Friday at like 3 o'clock on Friday. You can just go back and look at that. And this is an extended version of that, which is what? We did a poll on Friday saying, where are we going to start selling? When are we going to start selling? We all put our own ideas as to when that will begin and where it will begin, right? We did that on Friday. So maybe we can have new information this week. And whatever plan that you had, we will add this to that plan. So we had a poll on Friday that said, where do you think we begin selling next week? We all wrote down our thoughts, right? So the best part about a plan is we can adjust our plan if we need to. So if your thought was we're going to sell the open on Monday, we have not done that. So I'll present new information to you this morning. The fair and greed index is popping up a little bit. It's now at 19. It was at, I think, 8 or 6 on Friday. We're at 19 now. We're moving on up in the fear index. A little bit less fear this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a peek at our plans that we all individually had on Friday, and we're going to look at some new information and see what you guys think about this. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at gamma. We're going to get rid of all this gamma here, and I can assure you right now that some things have changed. So maybe we'll start there. I'm going to erase the gamma down here, and we're going to go over some things we need to go over after the new information over the weekend. Headline from Friday, Goldman, as panic index nears record, chase for downside protection is off the charts. Off the charts. This is a warning to you. I'm going to read a part of this to you really quick and just show you something here that you need to see. Okay, we're going to mute this chat box. I apologize. We might end up even muting our camera here, but what I want to show you here is this chart here is the put-call skew index. You can see here, this is the 1st of January right here. This is February, right? Put protection. And then all of a sudden, the most violent of this, see that nodule right here? See my cursor? This is implying this is the bottom of April here. But notice how there was a little bit more here that we can go. Now, this is the last 3 bottoms. But what this chart is telling you here is that not only can the bottom maybe not be in, but if we begin to break below the lows that we're at right now, the lows that we're at right now, if we begin to break below them, we could have some kind of a violent drop in the market. That's what this is telling you right here. Okay? As Goldman derivatives guru Brian Garrett writes, over the weekend as the tape reversed sharply on Thursday following the initial post-NVIDIA bounce, hedging demand was apparent. Goldman saw a massive bid to puts As volumes remained elevated, as shown below, total put volume was the third highest year to date, and total option volume reached one of its highest levels of all time. The chase for downside protection has led to one of the highest normalized put-call skew levels in the last 3 years. To this point, market tested the short-term threshold twice before the S&P finally broke lower this week, and the S&P now joins RTY and DX with negative momentum with significantly equity supply expected. According to Goldman's calculations, 1 week flat tape 50 billion to sell and 1 month flat tape 62 billion to sell. As a tangent, Garrett reminds us that investors always look to assign an inning for potential systematic supply. That's you and I. According to a quick conversation with the Goldman Future Strategy team, suggests we only breached the level, so selling technically has only just started. Over the coming sessions, size of selling and size of forecast can grow materially. Shown below, it has only been 4 days since the S&T threshold. That's you and I. We run a system very similar to the street. The S&T threshold is basically when I told you we're risk off. I'm calling it. That was like Monday, midday last week, I think. That's the systematic approach. We're risk off. Situation can improve, but we're risk off. That means you don't initiate new positions if you already have. It means that we're in sell the rip. It means until conditions improve, we're looking for some major lows to buy or some successful back tests above the hourly trigger. And I prefer to be above the daily trigger. Now, they're saying here that if we begin to lose support at any point in cash market, that would be, i.e. at this moment, the hourly trigger, we can blast down really violently. That's what they're telling you. There's also a way for the market to improve here, though, too. It's not all doom and gloom. Yet all was not doom and gloom. As we noted yesterday when discussing the raging rotation under the service, Golden's prime brokerage found that equities have bought for the third straight week, with investors continuing to move allocations up the defensive chain. Buying healthcare, durable sectors, selling non-profitable sectors. One point Goldman tried to make was non-profitable eye-melting ascent in non-profitable tech can be overstated as this basket rallied 65% in greater or less than 2 months from August to October. However, many like pockets of these markets, these names are down 25% of the last month, and investors are pressing the short. Finally, for an early look into the month end, Garrett says U.S. pensions are modeled to buy $13 billion in equities, the first buy since April. 13 billion buys ranked in the 75th percentile amongst all buys and sell estimates in absolute dollar value of the last 3 years, 78% going back to January 2000. Next thing we're going to look at here. The market wants a December rate cut. Top Goldman trader says sentiment limit down despite the Friday bounce. The S&P 500 is only a few percentage points off of all-time highs, but the tone of the trading desk is more suggestive of limit down. Liquidity is drying up as volatility increases. SPX gamma has flipped negative, and it gets worse in both directions. His point in it gets worse in both directions is not immediacy. It means that if we get the if we get the upswing to 7,700-ish, you're still going to find sellers there. If we trade 6,850, you're still going to find sellers there. There's sellers in all scenarios. But that does not rule out those all scenarios upside trade, does it? Systematic thresholds have broken. That's you and I. We're systematic traders here. Volatility indicators are flashing signs of panic. And the market wants a rate cut in December. That is the story. I told you it would be months ago. I told you September 17th is your basis for going up. I said, if you see that line, that is 650, by the way. If you see that line break, we start selling it, get the fuck out of the way. That's the basis of this entire trade. Now, I also told you that there's two different trades, isn't there? There's the Fed futures funds rate. That's for hedging, right? You have what? You're not getting a rate cut trade. You're getting a rate cut trade. Those are individual trades, separate from the real rate trade. I've always told you that if you're going to see that argument come into play, you never trust them. You never trust them if they're going to say no rate cuts or rate cuts. They're their own thing. They have nothing to do with the real rates or if we are actually getting a cut or not. Right now, the Fed is broken in half. They're broken in half. You know, you got a lot of people saying no rate cut. Some people saying rate cut. That is not a united Fed at this point. It's not a united Fed. And that means we don't know, doesn't it? If you check the 3 and 6 month yields, for the 3 and 6 month, that'll tell you the truth or the closest to the truth. So you want to keep an eye on those two, okay? And that will tell you what to expect coming into the rate decision. And remember, if you're just dangling a carrot, hey, you're going to get a rate cut, the markets can go up just on that. Does it mean we're getting a rate cut? No. Does it matter? Nope. Does not matter. What matters is the decision when we get there. Or I think even more importantly, in this specific rate cut for December, you want to be paying real close attention to the verbiage, the language that takes place. Whether we're going to just pause and hold the cuts for potentially January or later. You got to price those in, don't you? Or if the discussion leans into extending QT with cuts. No one wants to talk about that, do they? No one's ready for that, are they? Well, we got to discuss QT ending because that shit ends when? December 1st, right? And that should introduce a new conversation. I noticed conversation this weekend on QT. I noticed the conversation this weekend on QT and cuts. I noticed the conversation on if we're not going to restart QT, does that balance out? No rate cut. Yeah, because we got QE light going on in the background. It's been going on for some time now. So we have to see as this discussion unfolds with the players that are discussing it, right? Moran, Bessent, the Fed, Treasury. You know, these people are going to discuss this stuff no matter what, whether you like it or not, as we move forward. So I think looking forward to that rate meeting, pay attention, top line, pay attention to the 3 and 6 month yields. Know that we're going to get a discussion trade on that rate cut, or even if it's just a pause, that's bullish. If they come into that meeting and tell you they're going to cut in January or March, the market's going to want to price that into the upside. Stick save market. Be aware of that as we move forward. That is actually bullish, whether you know it or not. You will find out with your money that it is. Squeezing higher now, trading 665.65. Price target 667.27. The next question, was that the last flush in the market? We don't know. I think you're going to still see people trying to get off the bus here at 675 and 685. I think we're in a prime environment right now between now and Wednesday close and Friday close to squeeze up there. I think we are. And I want to show you something important here that I do want you to see. Today, technically, today, I don't know if I can show this here or not. Now, I want to show you one more thing about CTAs here on this one. These are CTAs. I want you to see this CTA throwing up right here. I want you to see this bounce here. As long as CTAs, as long as price doesn't go down, they have a tendency to become buyers again. You flip these CTAs on your side, and it's game on again, at least for a short amount of time before the bigger roll. See it right there. See it right there. Even right there, you can see it. Okay? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 4 examples of a bounce. constructive. Even if we could go down, there can be a moment where we come back up before the down move. So this kind of the stuff kind of says, the market could be supportive to a point. So be aware of that if you're on sell side. There are some things here that have been constructive. Now, on a more negative note, I want to show you this. This is important. Here are some returns after what we've did last week. You see the negative 1.5 over here? In December of 18, we did crash that month. Outside of that, we've had a fairly good run. These three turned blue or turned greenish, right? 1, 2, 3. This one was very green, up 14%. We have a couple down moves here, negative 1.9, negative 8.0, but that doesn't talk about the inside trade. I would assign these to like we sell 6850. These 1, 2, 3, 4, we actually trade 700. That's your most likely outcome. And then the outside the range outcome, which is December 2018, is your other outcome for historical seasonality purposes. So you're more than likely guaranteed a trade, generally speaking, to like 6850. The outside, you also have a pretty decent chance of trading, believe it or not, 700 or a failure of it. Even if we end the month of December on negative, or April or January through the seasonal weakness, you still have some potential for upside here. In none of these scenarios, except for 2018, do we actually start like selling Friday's low at all. And in 2018, when we did sell into the holiday season, to Christmas and Festivus and all the shit you guys do, Hanukkah, whatever it is you guys celebrate out there, that actually turned into us going vertical, like literal vertical. So let's say you are long S&P 500 right now, and you're being patient to exit at 6850, and you miss it. We don't go there. Whatever that downstroke is in December, that crash, the reversion of that is vertical. Like you take out 700, you take out 720, you more than likely take out 750 by like late winter. Like January, February, March are vertical. So even then, you don't want to sell. So we're in risk off, but we are not in what? Sell on lows, right? Oh my God, I sold at the bottom, and then it rips faces off to the upside. So in this systematic approach that we do, we're not initiating new positions just yet because we already did. We want to see those print. We can do day trades if we want, discretionary, but we're not selling everything, are we? So when you get into selling everything, when you get into like this, not only risk off, but you get into sell if you were long, that's in a markdown period, and we're not there yet. We're not in that markdown period where we lose everything. Everything's terrible. Oh my God, watch out. We're going into a bear market, burning tires in New York. Amazon's going to $2. That kind of shit, we're not in that yet. So be aware of that too. We're early in selling. If we remain on sell side, we're very early, extremely early. And don't be like, God damn it, I sold in a low and I was still afforded the way to get out near top, near an actual top. Next thing I have for you. What else do I got here for you? Sorry, I had one more. This is the coup de grace, I think, for you crayon eaters. Gather around here. You see that right there? That is where we are. This is November 22nd. Today is the 24th. You are right here in seasonality. Let me show you where you are in seasonality. You're right here. I want you to look at these two sell places here, right? Start breaking above this stuff. And it is party time. Here's party time. And I want you to remember this right here, this December 5th and 6th down here. See this December 5th right here? You know, we party up here and they don't get the sell. That's 70s. 75. There's your 85. 75. 85. And if we don't sell that 85 on a back test, where is that? 700. If you want a reason for being patient as a seller, there it is. You need to see the back test and low break. You need to see the back test and low break. And you need to see the back test and low break. You know you're going to get the selling on those numbers, but at the same time, if we don't break, these bulls will run this shit right up on you into the end of the year. If you're a bull, snip that bad boy and put it on your wall. And you can see the moments where we get the pullbacks. This is the first week of December. This is middle of December. This means that December is what? Volatile. And it also means that you'll get your holiday rally print starts before, right? And then we get the printout, the payout on the beginning of the year. That's your actual Santa rally. It starts before, though. Starts in here on like the 21st or something, right before Christmas, when no one is here again. So just be aware of this as we move forward. This is probably the most bullish thing I can show you out there if you're a bull. Do not fuck with these bulls. Do not fuck with them. If you're going to hedge, you are not systematic in your hedging. Even though we trade systematically, we don't have to execute systematically, do we? You get the choice to do what? Place your hedging when you want to. There's no charter for you. You can be a systematic trader and yet pick what you do when you do it. A lot of these hedge funds, family offices, CTAs, Wall Street, they all have rules. Can't do that, bro. You got to do it right now. The charter says you got to place your puts now. I don't want to, but you don't have to. You can actually choose when you hedge. I just showed you 3 places to do it, right? 75, 85, 700. And if you don't think that we can trade there, you're out of your minds. You're out of your fucking minds. If you're a bear out there and you don't think that we can trade there, they're going to ram it right up your ass. I promise. It will take every stop that you have. This is why they call it sell the rip. Not sell the dip. Sell the rip. Rip. They rip your faces off as a seller. Trading higher now, trying to trade 667.27. Parked on S1. Next up. I know. This is not what they want to hear, though, right now. Bears wanted to limit down over the weekend. They wanted to slam the door shut in the bull. And they wanted to crush all hopes and dreams before we ever got to the first week of December. I have a feeling here from historical experience that what's going to happen is they're going to rip your fucking faces off either into Wednesday close or Friday close. That's what I think they're going to do. They're going to take all your fucking stops. And you're going to be traveling or already on vacation or whatever. That's what I think is going to happen here. Up is the way. Next thing, we want to talk about gamma. We want to see where we are in gamma in the market, see how dangerous it is today. Why do we want to see that? Why is today important? Does everybody know? We want to see that because we have the ability for the market to move. I want you to think about this, how it's written for a lot of people. I want you to think about how we'll be in a bull run and someone will say to you, bro, we're coming into the window of weakness. The window of weakness. And the window of weakness turns into no window of weakness, does it? It turns into a window of dip buying. Hey, we got a pullback. They sold the sizzle to the bears. Listen to this closely here. They sold the sizzle to the bear that we could unclench and start rolling the market down. I want you to think about this in the inverse now. We have OPEX on this past Friday. We have month end on this upcoming month coming up, right? And if we have an unclench moment or a window of weakness, where would that be if we're in sell the rip? To the upside. Not downside, upside. You don't get two chances at it. It's not always window of doom. So it's like window of hope. So you should see squeezing. You should see squeezing just after. You should see squeezing at the month end. Does that make sense? So we should go up after OPEX. We should go up after the end of the month. Squeeze. Not down, up. You also will get some delta hedging, right? Everybody gets too bearish. We don't have real money selling. We formed a nice base now. What are dealers going to do? They're going to want to pay you. If you're hedged out, they're not going to want to pay you. They're not going to pay you for hedging. Hedging costs money. How many times have I told you that? Over and over and over again, right? Hedging is not a trade. Hedging is like home insurance. That's how you view it. You don't get home insurance to burn your house to the ground, do you? You don't get car insurance and then immediately drive into a head-on collision, do you? No. You need another series of events to take place, don't you? For that to come true. We have not lost support yet, have we? We have not made new lows down there, have we? So you'd expect upside moves in those time periods. Now, if we get that upside unclench to the upside, we need to find out if it holds, right? Just like a bear is looking for the downside unclench in a bull market or a bull run. You'll see the downside move. They want to see what? Does it have continuation or get legs? The same thing applies here in the inverse. So when we unclench to the upside, if the buyers can hold it, then you have to begin to look higher again. That'd be in like an unclench in a bull run where they get the low and they start making new lows. If they do, you got to follow it down and it becomes what? Correction or a major correction, right? And we could do that here in the upside, a correction or a major correction to the upside. So be aware of that as we move forward. Now, the first part of the unclench is today. The next part of the unclench will be after the end of the month. And we want to see where we go from there. Okay? I'm going to chat with you about a few things here. Listen to this. JPM. A good start of the week with U.S., EU futures and main Asian benchmarks in the green. Increasing odds of a December rate cut. What the? Say that again? A good start to the week with U.S. and EU futures and main Asian benchmarks in the green. Increasing the odds of a December rate cut. I swear I downloaded a bunch of shit last week and the week before that said there's no fucking possible way of that rate cut. I was told no. And then I swore I said that must be part of a trade and there's no fucking way that's correct. How long is it going to take for them to spin up the rate cut story? And Trump admins actively considering allowing NVIDIA to export H200 chips to China helped. This is JPM. We remain bullish on both U.S. and Europe. Consumer themes in both regions may be helped by positioning, reopening spending sentiment dynamics, and Trump's latest affordability push. Oh, man. Talk about rubbing salt in a bear wound. You just told the Bears last week that there's no cuts. No soup for you. How does that feel being on sell side? They just rug pulled you on the story. So what do you do as a seller? You listen to that shit and say, fuck, he was right 2 weeks ago. They're going to change that goddamn story. Do I like it? No. But he told me they were going to do that. I predicted it a week ago to you. How does it feel? Insane, right? This is why Southside has to get a psychiatrist. The fraud continues. Now trading 66727, looking for a pullback to trade the daily trigger above at 669.41. I bet you there's a bear out there somewhere telling his wife across the office, his work wife. Am I taking crazy pills over here? Can you imagine having to read that in the morning with your cup of honey tea? Imagine being a seller reading that this morning. Ah. Not easy, is it? Not easy. I want you to know that the Fed's future fund rate is not, are we getting cuts? I have to say it again. The future Fed fund rate, it does not imply if we're getting actual cuts. Like, I'm sorry. And neither does the Fed's future fund rate mean we're not getting cuts. It is gambling. It is a part of trading a whole nother trade. And it's hedging, stuff like that. It has nothing to do with real rates. Again, I would point you towards the 3 and 6 month. Next, I'm going to bring up a quote here from Gamma Labs. I like these guys, that guy. He's a smart guy. You should check that guy out. You should follow him on Twitter. I get his briefs and his reports and I pay for his website. The guy's fucking awesome. I have no ties with that man. He's his own guy. I don't get paid to pump that guy up or anything. I just like really good people that do really good shit. He does say the Gamma and CTA situation above 66.85. What are we trading right now? What are we trading right now? What price is SPX right now? Above 6685 on SPX, the liquidity picture improves and dealers will become dip buyers again. Above 6750, liquidity improves dramatically. Now, that doesn't mean that they start buying the dip right where we are. What does that mean? Think about our systematic approach to the market. That would mean we need to break above the daily trigger with 2 successful back tests and a new high in the second back test too, right? Preferably beating out prior inflection points. We need the hourly trigger to show a bottom that we mark. We make a new high within that last drawdown to that marked bottom. That would be the all clear sign for what? Risk on. Now, the only caveat I would give you on this would be, even though that would tell you that we're back to risk on again, that in this particular case, I would not trust it. I would expect panic sellers at 6850. I would expect panic sellers at 7,000, 695. You're going to get them there. They're hiding. Don't trust the bulls. The mantra holds even if we go back into technical risk on. It is the end of the year. If we had never gone risk off, I still wouldn't trust them up there. So you got to remember that the market was trying to what? Take profit. That's where we began in September. Rip it up there. Big FOMO thrust. Begin exiting market on market highs. That still is true too. So if we're up there, you're going to see people step off the market and say, I will see you in the spring. To those people, I say, good job. You didn't panic. You're going to take the money and you're going to run. It's going to be a beautiful fucking thing. Congratulations. You had a kick-ass year. Congratulations. You did it. To sell side. No, it's not going limit down. Vertical down to 0 just yet. You have to wait until the buyers are done. Till they're exhausted and they've sold. You understand? All right. So above 6685, the liquidity picture improves and dealers will become dip buyers again. Above 6750, liquidity improves dramatically. 0-day traders have accumulated gamma at 6,700. A potential break of this level is likely to signal the rally into Thanksgiving. CTAs are on the verge of starting to increase their selling below 6550. We've already discussed that too, right? You know, we start partying to the downside, and it's going to be a party. So we have to be aware of that as we move forward. So on the bottom of this chart down here, we're going to take a peek at this right now, see if your gamma for the week. Y'all ready for a holiday rally for Thanksgiving? I bet some of you won't be until we're there. And then you'll be getting long. You'll be the supply for the rest of us that see it in front of us. This is your gamma chart. This is the basis right here. Hey, you guys know these guys, right? These are your September. This is your September rate cut gang down here. This is the bane. This is the bane of bears. You can see it right here, right? This is called usually called a FOMO thrust. You can see it right here. We bounced on September 17th, September 20th, October 10th and 12th, I believe. A couple more times here, here, and here. Same group right here, same group. See him? Same assholes. No cut, no cut, no cut, no cut, bro. Oh, yeah, maybe we're getting a cut. Maybe we're getting a cut. Maybe we're getting a cut. No cut, bro. Oh, yeah, bro, cut. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, cut. Oh, cut, yeah, cut. Oh, no more cuts, bro. No more cuts. No more cuts. This is your basis. FOMO thrush up, distribution. Distribution tends to look like this. Just so you know what it looks like, right? Here's 1, here's 2, and normally you get one big one up here. That would slam down right about there. Whoop. And then we start selling. That's normally what it looks like. Now, this can be cut short. You'll hear that. There's your head and shoulders. I don't like the head and shoulders trade. The classic distribution, maybe this would work on your shitco panic, but in the indexes and SPY in particular, it tends to happen more like this. It takes time. They're elephants. If you're on sell side, what do you think about selling that? If you're sell side, what do you need to start the markdown? Where's the markdown? Distribution phase. Markdown phase. Where's the markdown phase, boys? You know, blast down there, new low right there, right? So when the street says we haven't gotten started selling yet, are we right here or not? No. This is the markdown phase. Markdowns get fun. Markdown party time, right? Woo! See you later, buddy. Woo! Yeah, I like them apples right there. Woo! We're not even there yet, are we? So we'll call this party time. Party time lower, party time upper. We will also do what here in this party time? We're going to try to give some warning to party time. Okay, party time warning, right? Party time warning, party time. You can mark this on your own stuff at home. Here's 6550, here's 6500. Party time warning down there. That means we could go up here, touch this, come all the way back down here, no party time. Double bottoms in, out of here, right? Party time warning. Come down here. Oh my God, it's terrible. Oh my God, that's bad. Do you party time there? No. But we do start party timing right there, don't we? Sell, 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 sell. Bye-bye, see you later. Market over. Here is all you need to know if we're going to crash December. That's it. That's all you need to know. If you want to crash December, there it is, right there. It's really all you need to know. What else do you need to know, though? CJJ just said something. He said, let's start buying the dip at 66.85. But they're not buying the dip from right here, are they? No. Begin buying the dip. Begin operation. I think I wrote those 2 lines on Friday. Buy the dip. Remember I wrote the big white lines on Friday up and down? Same shit right here. So begin operation buy the dip. Now we know we can't buy the dip right here. So we need to go slightly higher. You need to go to 67.50. Same for the bulls, right? Bears can't do this shit either. On the downside, it's not good enough sweeping lower. All else equal, right? So this is fairly simple here, right? We'll do it like this. We'll make this one yellow. So it's a warning track. We'll make this one red. We'll make this one shit light green. No, that's not a good light green. Something like that. We'll make this one deeper green. For research purposes. There we go. Starts getting more bullish, starts getting more bearish. If you want to mark these on your charts, 67.50. Improves dramatically. 6,700. It's still a little shitty down here. Still a little suspect. So what do we want to see here to go up? We want to see something like this, don't we? Pop your heads up there. Pop your heads up there. And if I had to guess, it's probably up there. Probably gets sold down here too. There might be like a little bit of a... We might try to sell you here, but we'll look to see if we pop our heads up or not. We'll see if they can do something like this up here. If they can, we can go all the way down here. Can actually go where? Can actually go all the way down here, sweep that out, and then start partying. Just can't touch this. So you start seeing a jackknife, a jackknife, a jackknife. Whoop, see, this improves. Hey, new high right here. What are we doing? Straight up, right? Straight up, right? I'm going to watch this nice and closely here. Next we want to look at here is, where is the gamma flip? It's roughly right here. Roughly right about there. Now remember, we can have volatility in here too, right? It's like, oh, bro, we're in positive gamma again, bro. We slip under here. To go up, right? Our targets above are 675. We got that one. The gamma flip is 6,700. That's right here. Hey, we're coming in a positive gamma again. First target, 6,750. Second target, 6,800. We're going to do Christmas colors now. I'm going to make the... Oh, yeah, keep on squeezing. Keep on fucking squeezing. Take all their goddamn money. Take it all. Just keep ripping their faces off. 6,800. We got a bunch of gaps to close up here. Oh, yeah. Look at that. 6,850 up here. What's that? Oh, yeah. Whew. Oh, man. What's that? So we got the 6,800 as a major top. Why is that? Why do they have that as a major top? Why is that? This is the scene of the crime. That's why. That's a pretty big top in there. So we're able to just tip our head up just a little bit. We could swing all the way down there, close that down there, and then party time. That's not too bad. If you go up there and you break that 6,500, man, it'd get freaky deaky up there. How about we bring this back down here? We fail the 6,800, blast back down, come up here, rip their fucking faces off up here, freak everybody out. Oh, yeah. Whew. Now we're talking. If you hit 6,850, if you slap 6,850, you know what it does? It'll automatically beget call buying. So if you hit this number right here, if you just hit this number, you're going to trigger auto call buying. What does that mean? It means it could be a straight fucking shot to 6,900. Again. Oh. So how do we get there? Well, they probably going to win on the 5th. Over there, we talked about those sellers, right? Something like this. Isn't it? Thanksgiving. Sell, 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 sell. If we hold this down here in the 5th, it would literally auto-ramp us because we poked our head up here. It'd start ripping to this and then auto-ramp to believe it or not, to 6,900. Ooh. Oh, yeah. And remember the belly of the beast in here in December? Remember the belly of the beast here in September? So you tag that one right there. You feel that one over there. Here's the 17th, and they're going to tell you what. We're getting cuts, but not today. And you're going to say, we have to sell it then. And they're going to say, no, we got to price in January. Oh, God. And that's how you get there. Do you see it? That's how you get there. Rampo-Rama Thanksgiving. Send it back down on 6,800. Holds. Tag. Beget call buying. Once call buying's done, delta hedging comes in. 17th, Fed tells you, well, wait a minute, we're pausing, but we're going to cut in January. Oh, God, that's all we needed. End of year. Trade intact. Make sense? You've been warned. Take it as a warning. You've been warned. Target upside before Thanksgiving. Ready? Happy short week out there. Target by Wednesday, 6,800. Failure of it. Look because we are still here. Look for any kind of weakness. So if we hit some kind of target, God damn it. Let's say we hit this one, pull back. You need to make sure that you are not violating. Like if we tag that, don't trust it. You just got to see the new high and the hourly, come grab it. Then you can take the next one. The one thing I want to warn you of in here. I'm going to say it to you again. Pull up, down. Did we get the go-ahead to buy? No. We blasted down, didn't we? So you got to be aware of this stuff here. You don't necessarily need to be making the money off this, but you definitely want to be stepping out of the way. Make sense? So any back tests, you don't trust them. You have rules. You know what they look like to go higher. You don't need me to tell you that. The one thing you never want to get caught in is shit like this. Same thing applies. Nothing has changed. This gets more and intensifies how good of a trader you need to be. So you have your gamma now. You have the setup. You know what to look for to be a seller. If you want to see limit down December or a crash, I just drew for you how to identify it. Do you just auto sell because we're going to go there? Fuck no. They will take all your stops if you're on sell side, I promise you. If you think you're just going to be, it's going to be easy, like, oh, here's some puts. I dated them to April. They will literally run this fucker up to the moment where you start losing money. There's nothing that easy. If it was that easy, you would see everyone be in Lambos. It's not that easy. Nothing is that easy in life. Life is hard. It sucks. I know it. You know it. You've seen it in all aspects of your life, right? Same thing applies for sell side and buy side. If you're on sell side, I'm going to warn you right now. The setup is there for us to rip your fucking faces off into Thanksgiving. Now, I don't know if they're going to do this before we get to Friday or Wednesday close, but that 680, like, it's like a magnet right now on an unclench for window of weakness to the upside. 680. 6800. Now for 685, that's not going to be as easy. You're going to find, we're going to wear out these sellers at 675, and then we're going to hit the 680. And then we're going to fight with those sellers. Those sellers are not bears. Those sellers are bulls. They've been on the ride the whole way up, and they're just waiting. Don't trust those guys. Don't ever listen to them and be like, oh, no, bro, we're going to 700. Listen to cap. They just want you to get, they want us to go there, near there, so they can get out. They will reassess if they can take the trade higher to 690 and 685. The key numbers here are 680. If we hit 685, it would beget selling. 685 will like have a bunch of sellers, and then I think it'll be like 680, 675. I think it'll like fail like 683. But once you slam through that 685, once you slam through it, you're going to see an algorithm kick in that's going to want to buy. And they're likely going to buy us right up into 690. Then it will fade again, and we'll come back down, and we'll start trading or trying to trade 7 fucking thousand. I love it. I love it. Just thinking about it. Wonder how many bears have us trading 700 by end of year, even being sell the rip. Probably not. You know how bears are. They sucked on buy side. They sucked buying the dip, and they suck on selling the rip. They suck on both sides. Don't be that seller. Be the seller that can know where the buy the dip is, and be the seller that knows where the sell the rip is. It's higher. I don't know how high, but 6,800 is definitely going to be the step off place for most bulls. 6850, watch that one for a continuation to 690. And then watch out for that 700. They're wrapping the present. If you ask a good bear, he'll tell you that. Good bear will be out there telling you these fucks will run this fucker straight up to 700 at the end of the year and not give a flying fuck. And then you're going to see people like me up there putting hedge on. There you go. Thank you very much. Do whatever you need to do. Trading 66802 right now. I'm going to make this larger for you so you can see it. Here, we'll see if we can wake up chat gang. Does that come up? My chat coming back up here or no? Can't see anything in my chat here. I turned off the chat somewhere else. I want to make sure. I'm going to jump back over there. So that's all showing, right? Yeah, that's all showing. Oh, there you go, yo. All right, awesome. All right, let's go back down here. So I make sure the chat's coming back. I don't even know how to do that. How do we do that? There we go. Big old burrs. I warned you of this on Friday, didn't I? I told you on Friday. Said it on the show. God damn, look at him. Look at him doing it up there. Get that nice Monday high. Got David Amos probably coming out ready to sell now. Fairly close to wanting to sell. Okay, so you got your Gamma Lab stuff, right? You got your Gamma for the week. You got BBG with the this and that and positive this, negative that. You've got what else do we have here? I'm assuming if you're a pro trader, you get a bunch of white papers and shit. Supporters have access to the Bloomberg terminal. Dr. C is coming in this morning and dropping bangers off the Bloomberg terminal, hot and fresh. Dr. CS, I saw you out there. I saw you, brother. Bloomberg terminal hot sauce going right now. Trying to trade up right now. Poker heads above the daily trigger at 66941. Keep your eyes on these two little green lines right here. Remember that on these buy the dip things, off the top of your head, where do we buy the dip? 6685, right? Now we can swing lower than that, so we have to recover it to buy the dip there. But just keep that note to yourself that the back testing will be on 66850. If we plunge below, we want to claw our ways back to it without hitting the yellow and red line on the sell to the downside. I'll leave this up here. We're getting kind of close right now. From this point forward, right where we are, is called FOMO Airlines. You should step off and let the FOMO gang get long here. Does not matter if we squeeze above. You're now looking and turning to a buy the dip. You're looking to buy the dip at this point. Step off the train. Let the FOMOers take care of the rest of this for you and prove to us that we're wrong and they're right and we're going higher. There's one more trip higher here. Next trade after this is 6750. There's another pump in here. Just want to wait. Watch this bottom right-hand side here. You want to see FOMO gang push us up, buy the dip, and then go back up again up here.
Philadelphia Semiconductor Index rises 4.3%.
You hear that in that voice? Do you hear that voice? Did you guys know that financial juice are like naturally bears? That was resentment. That was resentment. That's when they have to tell you that we had making an all-time high, and they're raging about it. I like it. I like that. Like that begrudging, we're going up. And I got to report it to you for the next month.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $86 billion in 3-month bills. Prior high yield, 3.79%. Prior bid to cover, 2.79.
That's not an
The
AI
US sells
voice. They got
$77 billion in 6-month bills.
During the holidays,
Prior
you're
high
going to hear
yield,
the B team
3.71%.
come in.
Prior bid to cover, 2.80.
Request and oh, wait a minute. Are you serious? No way. Hold on a second here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Wait 1 minute here. Whew. What? Oh, shoot. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. This is good, not bad. Just very expensive. Holy shit. They want 10 grand for me for that handle. You got to be shitting me. That's insano. Twitter, X. They want $10,000 from me. You know what I might need to do? I might need to change my legal name. Yes, first name Captain. Yes, I need to change that. So it doesn't cost me fucking $10,000 a year. You see how they jacked everybody that was running handles from out of the country this weekend? That was pretty cool. A lot of princes from Nigeria caught this week, wasn't there? I'll do it. I'll go ask. There's nothing that says I can't do that. I'll do it. I haven't done anything that would say I can't change my name. I'll try it this week. Yes, my name is Captain. No, that's my real name. No Jim. Jim's now the middle name, and James is now the last name. Watch X go, fuck you. I don't care. You're not getting it. It's 10 grand a month. You're not getting away with that easily, sir. All right, I'm down to do that. I would change my name. I don't give a fuck. Let's do it. I only live once. I only live one time. Kids are going to be pissed. This is my dad, Captain. The spite. My wife will hate me. This is Captain. That's right, Captain. You hear that? Captain. Not like the captain of a boat. Like Captain. The Captain. God, she'd be so mad at me. I should add some other middle names in there. Captain, I'm better than my wife. James.
In 5 minutes' time, the US sells $86 billion in 3-month
Captain,
bills.
my wife is always
Prior high
wrong,
yield,
James.
3.795%. Prior bid to cover, 2.79.
It's one,
US sells
one middle name. My wife
$77
is
billion in
always
6-month
wrong.
bills. Prior high yield, 3.71%. Prior bid to cover, 2.8.
Divorce. Captain, my wife is always wrong. James, and no more, or I'll have to add on a suffix. Divorced. It's DD. What does the DD stand for? Divorced. I changed my name. The judge's not going to like me in the divorce proceedings either. What's your new name, sir? Captain, my wife is always wrong, James. Sorry. I'll make it in like News of the Weird and Reader's Digest. Some stupid motherfucker did this once and he got a divorce, and then the judge fucked him. Look at that idiot over there. You lost my why? What's going on, Brad? What's going on? You lost Discord in Mexico? Happy Thanksgiving, brother. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, dude. I was thinking hot buttered rum and some donuts or something. Maybe I could go to like you know who's got those killer Cinnabons? I go to like I'll go to like Taco Bell. Be like, don't cook them, I'll make them and tell my wife and kids that I made them myself. And then some hot buttered rum or something. Yeah, Brad, definitely, man. Have a great vacation, my man. See if you can do a VPN, brother. VPN might get you back into the States on that. Maybe it's illegal to have it down there. I know India's got a lot of shit, like you can't do this and you can't do that. I was thinking about doing hot buttered rum for Thanksgiving. Have one with you guys, like big hot buttered rum and some donuts, and do a live stream or some shit, private stream. You guys can show me your feet instead of me showing you my feet. I'm just kidding. I kid. No location info. These people are pissed. If you see anybody asking for location info on people, it's because they're angry. They've been what do they say again? How do they say it? Been fooled again. Find out your favorite guy out there is from Russia, from Nigeria, some Eastern Bloc state, like biggest MAGA ever. God, they do this shit to Democrats too. You should go check. You'll see the same shit. It's not just Republicans, not just MAGA. We get influenced by all kinds. You know what's even crazier? Like Elon said they were going to do full transparency. Find out if the handle is not only where its location. You want to find out if it's owned by a company. I bet he'll never do that transparency. Then you find out that corporate America owns like half the other fucking handles that are influencing us, or the U.S. government. If you found out if the originator of a handle was a .org, .gov, or a any of those fucking things, .com,
the 3-month and
origination
6-month
address.
options.
Is that a corporate email? That'd be the way to do it. Like a government email or a corporate email. Oh man, talk about the fucking fallout. Oof. Oof. No, you got the you got the half hour coming right here. It's right here. You can see it right there. I showed you this white line, and I showed you this white line on Friday, right? We had this conversation on Friday. Not today, not this morning, on Friday. This showed the white line, I showed you the white line. We're now opening doors up higher, right? So looking for back tests in here. Okay. So you got gamma, you got the outlook, you got the P's and Q's and I's and T's that need crossed, the I's that need dotted. We have a very short week. We've got 2 days left. That's it. Everybody else is already on vacation. I want you to know that. We're in a low liquidity environment. You're going to see news slow down. You're going to see the B squad and D squad and F squad come in. You'll hear people be replaced on your news sources. You're going to see your pontificators like me. Well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, right? They're going to disappear. You know, your McGilligotts has a family. You know, your Rubner and your, who else? Pravorsky's. and your Harnett's, your Vol Whizzes, and your, what else? I don't know. Your Meet Kevins. They're all going to disappear. They pontificated and they leave. Now it's time for you and I to trade this up and around and piss everybody off as they check their phones as they're getting on an international flight and go, God damn it, they're squeezing it. These bastards have to come back after the holiday and send it back down again on these assholes. So you run this market right now. Retail does. Retail and
Broadcom
dealers.
shares rise 9.9%.
Woo! We can wrangle the market where we want it to go. It's party time for retailers. Larger force than we've ever had. Oh, trade higher opens upside door. Ruh-roh. Now it's up to the bulls to buy the back test. Let's get rid of some of this.
6-month high yield. Free spot 670%. Free spot 670%. Bid to cover 2 spot 77. 2 spot 77. Awarding 62.72% of bids are high and selling 77 billion.
Bitcoin looking like it wants to rip some fucking
Free spot
faces off, doesn't it?
745% for the 3-month. Free spot 745%.
Bitcoin looking like it wants to rip some faces off.
2.85.
I wonder if a bear is going to tell you. Bears say
US
if the
selling
Bitcoin follows
86
the market,
billion.
right? How's the yen doing? Ooh, look at that. Look at that stick save on the yen. Trading a high of 157. We all know that the magic number is 160. Getting rolled on 157,877, huh? Kind of have to be above 160 for that to matter. Oh, big Jesus. We got to close a gap at 148. Damn. Man. And you're expecting Japan to be hawkish? They take things real slow in Japan. I don't know about that yen trade. And the yen trade's starting to look suspect to me. Just need to pound out a few more. I mean, a lot of supply up there. Do you see it? I don't see that unwind trade just yet. That dollar unwind. I don't know. Like wrap trade. Were we warning about it before we're above 160? That was pretty good right there. Nice little sell on 158. I don't know. I think we got to be above 160, don't you? I see the trade up there. I see the idea of the trade. I think this is the idea of the trade right here. Or maybe when they're warning about that trade, they're worried about this one right here, right? 164. And does anyone that believes in that trade think it'll stay up there? Like that and up? And this does say we could flush the market here. But we're not above 160. Like, this is where the baddies live up here. But we kind of need the unwind. So for the Japanese unwind trade, right? Just if you want to know the answer to this, like, let's show all the scenarios. So this is top line what you need to know as a retail trader, okay? If you're a retail trader, you don't need to know anything. This is USD JPY over here. All you need to know is this. You want to get scared right there. That's where you get scared. That's where it begins to unwind. It's not good enough if they sell. It's not good enough if they touch it and go down. It's not good enough if you go up and down. Now, this would lead to new lows in the stock market, but the trade would be violence to the upside. This also means that let's say we went like this, and you were long stock market, and someone was telling you, "Oh my God, panic," and we went just like that. You would have sold at the worst possible moments and been rich as fuck if you had just held. So you got to be careful when someone tells you about that trade too. Does that make sense? So I'll say it again. Something like that, start worrying about an unwind. And that's it. Do you worry about an unwind here? No is the answer. What happened the last two times? Fell for it again. 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 Probably some kind of fell for it again. Pretty good indicator of buying the dip, huh? 160. Get antsy. We already noticed that we have some supply here. This is a daily candle. That's not good for the bears. And remember, we put tops in, they're not always toppy. Or like, that's it, we're going down. But oftentimes you'll see when we top, it's a process. So you can see shit like this before it goes down. You can see new highs. But we most definitely over the weekend did not do this, did we? Reject that and start making new lows. That's where I would start getting some. You want to start getting bearish on a dollar unwind, wrapped unwind trade, or unwrap the tech shit in the U.S. market. You probably want to be watching for this here. This is a bullish look though right now. There's the Japanese yen unwind trade, not above 160. I think I've answered that a few times, and that is why I don't get worried about the Japanese unwind trade unless we're above 160 and making new lows. And then I start thinking about it and going, "Oh fuck, we're gonna get limit down, mark down, risk off, violence. We will go vertical down, but we're not there yet. So still not that scared at this moment." What else? There's your gamma. You have this chart down here. I'll post this for you. I just want to check this one more time. You got that one right there, that one right there. We need to hit this one right here. I think this is the big sell. This is, we'll bring this over to the first. Right in there. We'll put this one over there. Make this one over here. This one over there. This is Wednesday close. 1600 right in there. Maybe one more pop up here would be nice. Something like this. Something like this. Fifth. 17th. Probably going to get some kind of drawdown in here. Something like this. Sorry for the shitty drawing. I'll try to get you a better one at some point, but shit, that's not the right one. Sorry about that. For some reason the attachments aren't working. Come on. Something like this right here. Note, there's a couple things to note on this. You know that if we, that like we can trade that 6,800, but the 6,500 would kick in buying flows. I saved that for later. I saved it for like a quick drawdown, close a gap, and then we get like the like the 85 whatever trade into more than likely into the rate cut decision. Like you get the no cuts, they sell it down at the end of the day. Oh, you're not getting a cut, bros. Fuck you. You come back in 1 or 2 days and they start ripping it again. And they go, we're going to price in the cut in January. So just be aware of that as we move forward. Remember, we have sell flows at 670. We're trying to peek our heads above the daily trigger for a pullback. Oh, God, it's so bad. God, it's gotta suck. Oh god, so terrible. Did Williams just save the market? Oh god. This is the telenovena stuff, right? Oh, is it telenovena, telenova? I don't know. I think a novena is your mistress. Telenova, telenova, or novena, nova. I don't know. Look at Nvidia. God, so filthy, isn't it? They hit 176. Wasn't like 172 the target? And now, like, I think the next target's like 200, right? I think it is. I think it's like what? I think they come back and hit the upside calls now. Oh, they did dude. They did upgrade Iran. Nice, 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 nice. I'll look at Iran right now. God damn! That's another one. Hold on. Oh God, Iran, what are you doing? You're so bad, Iran. How's GE this morning? We called out GE yesterday and Friday in the close. I said this is unusual. What's GE doing this morning? Ripping faces off? Did they buy the dip on the close on Friday with GE? I saw a ton of GE buying. I'm like, who the fuck buys GE? And GE looked like it was one of falling off the side of the face of the earth, and it didn't, did it? It's trading. It's up right now. Trading 291.78 from the closing low at 286.75. GE. If you're a GE bull, congratulations, GE. Congratulations, GE bulls. Don't worry, Bears. I don't hate you. I love you. I get it. I agree with your sentiment. We're going to hear lots of Ponzi this week. I agree, too. It is a Ponzi. The whole thing's a Ponzi. All right, give me even though we're up higher than this point right here, we did this one right here. Do you see it? Did that one right there. No pullback this deeper. Pullback on the 1 minute trigger up. We are looking for a roll. The roll is down here. Break for new rolls. For new lows. So we don't want to lose that, do we? We do not want the back test to make all the bulls cry. Bulls all bragging right now, but they still got to do the back test. There ain't no choice around it. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. Don't be in that FOMO gang. Wait for the back test. Why is that not showing? Oh, there we go. Outside. I heard someone outside, so yeah, I wanted to see who was outside. All right. Let me just check a couple things here. Let's take a look. Let's get all this together. All right. What are we looking for here? We know that this is bottom over here, right? Let's just take a quick peek over here. That 643 is still a pain in the ass, right? It's right here. Do you see it? Down there. Do not want to rule out sellers.
ECB's Nagel
Nor
says, we'll see in
pain nor
December
fear,
what is
right?
appropriate.
Pain,
The current
fear,
euro level
sellers.
isn't worrying. ECB is monitoring high food and services inflation. So those are comments from ECB's Nagel in prepared remarks.
You know, we're just talking about...
And Nagel due to speak at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. I just seeing a text release 35 minutes ahead of that.
Just a question to you. You know, does that freak you out? It would freak me out. They kind of need to have the double, right, to get the party started. We're going to start here. We're going to look at a month. This is the last part of the new week. We did gamma, right? I want to talk to you, show you first how close we are to 700. It's fairly close, right? You know, just scale back for a minute. And you know that when we have topping, we have what? Things that can go like this, right? Then we roll. Very common in a top, right? Makes sense? We want to look for that monthly roll, though, too, don't we? You see it right there? That's 650.49. Kind of just see it right there, right? And sometimes we can come down here, though, and fear, right? No fear. Getting along with calls. Back down here, getting call puts. Get up here, buy calls. Buy puts wrong time, wrong place. Then we open a bunch of doors down here, right? This is the actual party time, isn't it? Party time. Down there, right? Markdown zone, distribution zone. Distribution, markdown. Not quite in that place yet, are we? On a week. None of this has changed, same as last week. This is also matching up with your SPX, right? There's some other things we can take away from this. We want to know about this one right here. This implies higher highs if we break above 674.72. This is how we trade 680, 685, this W here. I'll post this for you in the Discord. Let's take a peek on the inside of this one here. We don't need to trade this here. We just want to know about this one up here. We need this one to go higher to 85. I don't care about any of this daily stuff in here. We're going to go to the 4. This is the big boy right here. So if you trade this, that opens the door to trade this right here, right? 83, 84, maybe come back up again, and then down. We got a bunch more 4-hour back tests to be looking for, though. We got one right here.
We have posted ECB's Nagel's full speech on the feed for those interested.
We got this one right here. And we got one that's a little bit higher now, don't we? That's the halfback trade right there. improving conditions. But I do want to say something to you here that I said to you earlier, which had to do with this drop right here. When we dropped down into here, we came down to the hourly trigger. And I said to you on, I think Thursday or Friday, I said, you got to like, I think was it Wednesday we had the NVIDIA thing? You know, like, we were supposed to do this trade here. We're supposed to do this trade, and then more, and then more, and then roll down here. And we did not do that. I don't think it was that trade. I think it was this trade. Like this one. Sorry, this one. This one. Hold 70, somewhere in here. And then roll down. And instead they went, surprise, right? All the way down here. So we have to pay attention to those things. We're still in sell the rip. You have to pay attention to those things. So back tests on the hourly trigger should not be trusted, right? So let's say we begin to roll. So we come down here. We test the hourly trigger. Do you auto buy that? I would tell you no. You try to auto buy that, and they're going to be like, woo, suck it. You're going to be like, oh, man, a bad time. So you want to be thinking about these back tests and be more surveillant, or you want to be watching closely, right? Like a hawk. You've had all year. I mean, not all year. Let's call it like March, April. Since from March, April till today and November 24th, I've hammered on to you what to look for on buying a dip. And now things get more complicated. You have to get off your laurels now and actually use the things you were able to practice in Pavlovian response, and now put those things that you learned to the test. If you were trying to buy the dip here and you failed, that's okay. You get another chance.
September is rescheduled to December the 5th. So again, that's the PCE September report.
You've had your warnings.
Rescheduled to December
now you'll
5th.
pay for it with money. So it's not like we can't bounce here and go higher, but I want you to be following your rules, right? 1, 2, then up, right? Consecutive highs, and then you start taking the trade again. You start paying attention to the things that matter. Come on over to the 4-hour right here. These are your back test points. We also know that we do not want to trade this, do we? Let's say we go up here, come down here, we break down here, we go down here. Whew. Now that's only your first stab down there. You don't get bearish there. You don't freak out there. You need to watch. So you're more patient in here. So we get down there, we start blasting down, right? Remember your rules, right? Hourly trigger right here. Would this count as go long? Nope. You just need to do that 1, 2, back again, and then we're back in business again up here. If you don't see that price action, let's say we fail this and start making a new low, what would you do? Start turning your eyes downward, right? Markdown, right? Crash December. We can make that switch. No problemo. For now, what are we looking for? We're above the 1 and 5 minute trigger, right? We've got some gappage to close down here. Do you see it? I want you to pay attention to this one right here. Go back and look at this 4 really quick to make sure. Yep, there's one that's developing right now. Right there, we'll make this one. Right here, you be careful of these things. They love coming down here and just sweeping them, instilling fear. That's the door to lower. This is the door to 85. And what else do you notice here? We broke another door, didn't we? This implies that we're going to trade this here. We broke through this upper one, didn't we? And I want you to see that because this goes up here. And the reason I'm saying that is because Remember, we already took a swipe at this one, didn't we? We already took a swipe at 674, 675. If that's the case, what are we looking to trade? A new high, right? We're going to trade this right now, right where we are. Take a swipe out it there. We poked our head up and got sold down. We likely want to see this new move higher, don't we? Just a tick, right? Sweep back down here, and we find out where we buy the dip, right? That's what we want to see. I want to talk to you about this right now, because I think we've discussed this before many times. Is the way higher or lower? So if the way is not higher, let's say we stall here and begin losing this. That would mean we should bloodbath, shouldn't we? If we poke our head up here, or say we backtest and flush, it's all still one move, isn't it? Still one move, right? Still up here, up here. This is the target. This is an investigation. They're saying there's people out there saying that's the bottom. Okay, if that's the fucking bottom, then we should go up here, shouldn't we? All backtests should be bought to go there. They may be wrong. If we fail this now to go down here, they wouldn't be wrong. We would go down there, sweep all that, and be up. We can take another shot at it, I guess, to get above there, but you get the idea, right? Major inflection points. And you also have to be risky, or not risky, but suspect of a failure here and then a down move here, right? I'd be suspect of that. But we can still go up, start seeing new highs and stuff like that. So this would be it right here. So this is a 670 supply right in there. $670 supply, pull down right here, continuation, literally to the tick is all we need right there. That's all you need. And then we'll deal with this, whatever this is, later. I would suspect it's at least about here. Right about there is what I'll be looking for. Get some fear going, not a ton, but some. And you're just watching this turn. That's it. You're not going to buy this. You're just going to watch it and see if it goes up or if it continues to the downside. I'm going to go to a doctor's appointment. In the next 10 minutes, I have to leave, I guess. We're forming the second candle. I'm going to leave this on the 1 hour. Or maybe I'll leave it on the, let me leave it on the 15-minute. This is a nice place to leave it, just like this. Now we have the 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock flows, right? Here's 12 p.m. Right where we are. Just need the tick here, 70. Here's your hourly trigger right here. Half hour trigger right here. We'll see if we can slap this in like 12, pull it down, drag it back up here into what time? 1:30? Remember, this is an outline for you. This is 1:30 in the afternoon. We know that flows kind of just, they start slowing down right about there. Here's your nice little flush into the end of the day. Just remember this right here. I do want you to know that also that this is where your FOMO starts. Like FOMO zone in here. You got to be wary of these people. They'll try to they'll get up here and they'll be sellers here. There'll be sellers here. And FOMO can help, of course, right? I always like FOMO gang. They get us where we need to be to go where we're going next. If you see any kind of rejection, though, let's say FOMO gang is not as, they're not reliable buyers. So let's say we go up here. We pop and drop. If we start to make some new lows, we don't trust those FOMO gangers, do we? They bring it back to the origination. One click, one hourly wick above. And also, if we go up here and you start to see, let's say we go up here and pop. You see a 2-leg down move, then you see a new high. No problem. We'll take it again. Jump on with FOMO gang up here. And we'll exit somewhere in here, right? This is the meat of the trade right here. This is where the money is. All this danger in here. Don't dick around with that stuff. That's still FOMO gang. FOMO gang here, FOMO gang here. You're like somewhere in there. Like that nice, beautiful part of the trade. You send all the Marines to do your dirty work. And you're the Army. You're in this part. It's just like the Marines in the Army. Our Marines storm the beach, and then they go, we got fucked up, we did it, though. And they go, we're going to send the Army in, and they're going to break through for us. Make sense? Remember that this is only your weekly. If we tag this here, this implies that what? Backtests will be bought, and we'll go up and start messing with the 80s and the 83s and the 85s. You guys know this game. You guys have been here before. I only have this going down here because this would be the max pain for the bull. About 657.37. He had like max pain, freak out a bull. Sorry, bulls. You were wrong. We're selling December. Make sense? I'm going to leave this right here. I'm going to go to my doctor. See how close I am to hitting this right. This is your pain, doom, fear trade at 6. And in there. It's nice and clean, right? Seems clean. I don't want to fuck this up. Somewhere in there. I love you guys. I appreciate you telling me to go to the doctor today. I need to go to the doctor. I even had, what did you tell me? What did the emergency room doctor say this morning? When? I got another one tomorrow at 1:30. My actual doctor moved my December 9th up to tomorrow at 1:30. So I'm going to do my CT scan on my own today. Now my doctor's stepping in at this point. Which is good to see, fucking finally. But I'm not going to swear too much about that shit. But I swear to you, I got to tell you guys something. I got a fucking Cadillac health program, or health fucking insurance. It doesn't fucking matter. These fucking guys will do every goddamn thing. If you get older, right? If you're an older man, like in your 40s and shit, mid 40s. From that point forward, it becomes a big fucking no-show. Like, nope, sorry, bro, you're not eligible yet. Nope, let's try this first, bro. It's always like that. I'm warning you, if you are a old middle-aged man, you're getting older. And if they don't fucking do that shit for you, you can pay for it to be done. So you can be like, it's scary to do that too, because you don't unknowns, right? So all of a sudden you pull something out and you go, well, what about this fucking thing over here? And now they can't deny you. But you got to pay cash for that shit. Some goddamn point, you got to take your own health in your own fucking hands. Sorry, I'm not going to swear. Oh, I can't stand it. Thanks, David. I appreciate you. This is pretty much what you're looking for here for the rest of this afternoon that I can see. I got to go take care of my fucking health, gents. We're not in limit down today. So I don't want you to think that I'm ever going to try to disappear on you in like a bad day or down week or anything like that. I'll always fucking be here for you. I got to go check this shit. We're in the green right now. There's some calmness in the market. I got to go check on this shit. I don't want to be here for many more years. And I don't want to like not be here if something really wrong is happening. You guys get what I'm saying? I'm throwing down. All right. I'll be back. I'm going to leave the news squawker on. I've got it on right now. I do have someone at my home. So if something goes wrong in the market, I will have them or I'll call in and have it changed. But this is the basic thesis here. Okay. We'll see how this runs. And I love y'all out there. Yeah. I'm going to try. My pain has been, is being managed at the moment. So I'm not on any opioids or anything, which is great. As long as I like get up and move around and stuff, it's working. And so we'll see where it goes from here. And if any of you out there have sciatic nerve shit, I had no fucking idea it was that. I gotta tell it. My dad had it. My dad he still has his leg, I think. He hasn't told me if they cut it off since then, but he had a sciatic nerve injury. His foot, his leg is now curled up. It's small. He went through opioid abuse. Him getting rid of that was brutal. I didn't know that the sciatic nerve was that bad. Like, I had no idea it was that. Holy shit. I had no fucking idea. I've been injured a lot in my life, but never like this. Never had this happen to me. And I don't want it to get worse. All right, I'll be back. Yeah, that shit's crazy. I've had a lot of major injuries, like major, from sports and work and from the army and shit, but never had this. This is fucking different. This is like a showstopper. Like, you're done. if it acts up, it's really bad. And now I understand why some of you guys out there are like, there's no relief. All right, I'll be back. I'll see you guys just a bit here. Appreciate the patience. Week is green so far, so let me try to knock this shit out, and you guys should be fine right now. Have a great afternoon. And I'll check back in. I'll post in the Discord and stuff. I did take some pictures and show me in the fucking emergency room the other night. I'm all dressed up in an emergency room, sitting in a goddamn doctor's bed. It sucked. All right, I'll be back. I just did a post saying the Bears are like, he's gone. So all that shit. I'll see you in a bit.
In 10 minutes' time at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting comments from ECB's Nagel. Keep in mind we did see the text release for Nagel earlier, but nonetheless, that is Bundesbank President Nagel giving a speech titled Asserting Oneself in a Changing World. 5 minutes until we're expecting comments from ECB's Nagel. Again, a text has already been released. Trump on Truth says, I just had a good call with China's President Xi. We discussed many topics, including Ukraine, Russia, fentanyl, soybeans, and other farm products. We've done good, and it's very important. Trump in this post says, our relationship with China is extremely strong. And Trump says, China's President Xi invited me to visit Beijing in April, which I accepted, and I reciprocated, where he will be my guest for a state visit in the US later in the year. We agree that it is important that we communicate often, which I look forward to doing. So again, Trump on Truth Social speaking on China's President Xi, coinciding with a little bit of a move to the upside in the S&P 500 here. The Fed bids for 2-year notes total $7.9 billion. The BEA say the GDP Q3 data originally scheduled for October 30th is cancelled. So again, the BEA are cancelling the GDP Q3 data. So that's the Q3 GDP advanced estimate report being cancelled by the BEA. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.504%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.59. So ahead of this 2-year note sale, front-end Treasury tenors are little changed in early US trading as they lag longer-dated sectors, creating a small curve concession ahead of this $69 billion 2-year sale. This week's auction cycle begins a day earlier than usual ahead of Thursday's Thanksgiving holiday and includes a $70 billion 5-year sale and a $44 billion 7-year sale on Wednesday as well. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.504%, and the prior bid cover was 2.59. One minute now until we get the when issued yield for the 2-year note auction. Ten seconds to the when issued. 3.489%. That's the Treasury when issued 2-year yield. 3.489% ahead of the $69 billion auction. We're now shortly expecting the results for the 2-year notes auction. I'll lead with the high yield. Three spot 489%. That's 3.489% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 3.489%. That is on the screws. Bid to cover of 2.68 to 2.68. The US selling $69 billion, awarding 27.7% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 11.18%, direct 30.74%, indirect 58.07%.
Seeing Treasury 2 yields take higher after the $69 billion auction. Seeing an article from about an hour ago from Iran International, an Iranian MP said that Russia may be willing to give Tehran nuclear weapons. We'll pop it on the feed for you to read through. So we have posted out the article on the financial news feed for you to read through. Further detail into this then, a hardline Iranian lawmaker on Monday cited months-old comments from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev as a sign Moscow might be prepared to provide Iran with nuclear weapons. So Kamran Ghazanfari said Russia and China would support Iran's potential withdrawal from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, adding that the move would increase the nation's nuclear and military capability. Again, the article is about an hour old, but it's being cited on by some of the wires here. According to MS Now, White House is to delay healthcare proposal. So further from this, then, a report says that the White House is to delay healthcare proposal after significant congressional backlash. According to two White House officials, the announcement has been delayed, with one of those officials citing strong congressional backlash to Trump's proposed plan. Trump planned to make an announcement as early as today, proposing a framework to address healthcare costs, which included an extension of Obamacare subsidies. Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data. According to Nikkei, Japan's financial watchdog plans to require cryptocurrency exchanges to set aside reserves against liabilities, seeking protection for investors and other customers if an exchange is hacked or hit by another event that results in loss of funds. 7 counterparties take $1.077 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. We have also posted that article out on the feed for you to read through. Again, Japan to require crypto exchanges to set aside liability reserves. Spot gold rises 1%. Just keeping an eye on gold, seeing some continued movement towards the upside here. No headlines to back the movement up. As soon as we do find something, we'll relay it to you.
Tesla shares extend gain, last up 7.5%. NYMEX diesel December futures settle at $2.40 a gallon. Gasoline December futures at $1.89. WTI crude January futures settle at $58.84 a barrel, which is up 78 cents or 1.34%. Natural gas December futures settling at around $4.54. Apple cuts jobs across its sales organizations in a rare layoff. So Apple notified dozens of sale workers of the cuts in the recent weeks. The shares did pair gains, still up 1.6% though. Brent crude futures settle at $63.37 a barrel, which is up 81 cents or 1.29%. So seeing some comments from Fed's Daily cited by the Wall Street Journal says she supported lowering rates at the meeting. She supports lowering rates at the meeting next month and sees a sudden deterioration in the jobs market as both more likely and harder to imagine than an inflation flare-up. Daly still thinks the Fed can bring inflation back to 2% without a rise in unemployment. So that's Fed's Daily backing a December rate cut in a piece from the Wall Street Journal. So Fed's Daily in this Wall Street Journal article on the labour market says, I don't feel as confident that we can get ahead of it. We've posted a link to the article for those interested. Daly says, I see greater risk that the low hiring, low firing equilibrium ultimately would break into a negative direction. Amazon plans to invest $15 billion in northern Indiana. So Amazon has added $15 billion to build data center campuses. Amazon say that their project will add 2.4 gigawatts of data center capacity.
So foreign investors in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $3.934 billion of 30-year bonds due 11th of 15th, 2055 versus $2.911 billion the prior month, according to the US Treasury. Investment funds in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $16.734 billion, 30-year bonds due 11th of the 15th, 2055 versus $16.571 billion prior month. Foreign investors in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $10.397 billion of 3-year notes due the 11th of 15th, 2028 versus $5.383 billion in the prior month. Investment funds in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $41.24 billion in 3-year notes due the 11th of the 15th, 2028 versus $45.335 billion in the prior month. And foreign investors in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $8.664 billion 10-year notes due the 11th of the 15th, 2035 versus $6.853 billion in the prior month. So just a heads up, the White House Press Secretary Leavitt is due to speak to the media. There's no specific time for this, but there is a video. We'll pop it on the feed for you to watch. So we have put out the video on the feed for you to watch. EU rejects US demand to ease tech rules for lower steel tariffs. The European Union antitrust chief ruled out easing the bloc's tech rulebook after Commerce Secretary Lutnick said Brussels needed to change its digital regulations in order to get a deal to lower steel and aluminium tariffs. As a reminder on earlier today, Lutnick said in an interview that the US would grant the EU a cool steel and aluminium agreement in exchange for rolling back its tech rules, and the US imposes a 50% levy on European imports of metals. Just a bit of color. So Teresa Ribeiro, a vice president at the European Commission, said that the European digital rulebook is not up for negotiation. She said in an interview, she said in a statement late Monday, adding, "We Europeans have adopted our rules to ensure fair markets and to protect consumer rights while securing Europe's digital future." Currently speaking Fox News, White House spokeswoman says the US and Ukraine talks have been productive. Just a couple of points of disagreement. And Levitt, now speaking to Fox News, says US and Ukraine had productive talks over the weekend. So she is due to be speaking in front of the White House. Levitt says Trump is optimistic that a deal can be struck. Levitt says that Trump remains optimistic and hopeful. Levitt says that the US is selling NATO tons of weapons, and we can't do that forever. That concludes her comments on Fox News. So she's probably going to be going to the front of the camera where the other reporters are. And Levitt is walking up to the podium. She's a bit far away, but probably in about a minute. All right, and Levitt now speaking to reporters outside the White House. Levitt says Trump has been putting pressure on both Putin and Zelensky. Levitt adds that there is no Zelensky meeting scheduled this week. Levitt says we view the Maduro regime, the Venezuelan regime, as illegitimate. Levitt says Trump and Xi called, lasted about an hour today. Levitt says it's not true that Trump is favoring one side over the other in Russia's war in Ukraine. And Levitt concludes remarks to reporters to the White House.
All right. Oh, yeah. Well, I am going to wear what I wore out here. So, see those shoulders? Those are wide shoulders. Okay. I'm back, baby. How y'all doing? Not bad, huh? Look at that. Was that close, or I don't know? That's fairly close, right? You guys, I'll give you a few minutes to get in here. I just hurt my fucking back again, too. Like, like a second ago. Like, what am I doing? I was like walking in my house and I grabbed a heavy box and I shouldn't have done that. You know, it's like old school, not old school, but like, you know, I gotta change my habits here. Okay. So what we want to see here, or what's important here, is that there's a couple important things we got to look at here. So let's all right. So we want to be looking at a couple things here. We've got 670 supply in here. I mean, without a doubt, there's going to be some supply right here. Wait a minute, right in here. And we want to be looking, of course, I'm assuming everyone's looking at this here. You know, there's a couple of things we got to look at here, too. We want to look at number one, we're in the gamma flip right now. So we're in positive gamma. So I got to warn you of something here. This isn't bad, but dealers become supportive here. Even into this close, they become supportive. And this is because of the return to positive gamma, but it's the low side of positive gamma. They're not flipped to sellers yet. So there could be another ramp up here, even in the after hours, like up here. So I want you to be aware that this could happen like right now into tomorrow. Now from there, what are we looking at? We've got your cup and handle, right? Which I love. Everybody likes cup and handle. So you got to think to yourself, is the way higher, the way lower? It's probably higher. So we're probably going to get that ramp up here. Catch that first new high right here. Second attack on the prior high at 673 and 74. You want to see that just so you can see it? So this is this gang of sellers here. And we took out this one by a penny. This one right here already. We want to take out the next one over here, and then the bigger question becomes what is this? You know, is it something where we're bouncing right here to go higher? Is it something where like the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger comes over, we lose it, and then come up? Nobody knows, right? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody can predict that. But I do want you to know that this makes sense to pop this up maybe sell this open tomorrow. Just make sure if you're long here that you've got, if you're long into this close, I would say, personally, I would say this. I would say you're probably not going to have a buyer if we swing up here, or if we do it till like 6 p.m. and then the sellers step in at 6 or whatever for tomorrow. So you got to be careful of that. Maybe a call spread would help on open tomorrow if you wanted to take that long. But this point here, it's a tough call for just straight calls, expiring tomorrow. So you get like a zero day, 1 date today for 0 dates tomorrow. I would say you might not have a buyer here for you at 9. You may not. And then it becomes, if you're constantly chasing, and this is 9:30 in the morning, you have plenty of time to buy a dip here. This could actually count as a back test here, but I still like the idea of buying dips. There's a nice run here, right? All the way up. I still like the idea of some kind of back test either now. Maybe they flush it from 4 to 4:15. The other thing that I like is the idea of a call spread. And if the other thing too in a call spread is we've got Wednesday, right? So you could switch to a call spread, and if they flushed us overnight, by Wednesday you'd expect that to get filled. Wednesday close, and then the 85s maybe on Friday or the 1st or 3rd of December. So the more time you put on that trade, the more you can handle any kind of flushing that goes on overnight. I don't know, a back test that you don't see, any of that kind of stuff. So just I would say either for where we are, if you're trying to stay long for this leg here, I would say to you, I don't think a single option call will have a buyer at 9 a.m. It's the only thing I can say on this. For the rest of you, you want to be in a call spread if you're going to try that trade, or I'd put more time on it in case
1 minute to go now to
flush
give
it
you marker
overnight,
close.
and then you
Imbalance
have to
data.
wait for this print on either Wednesday close or Friday close for up here. It's kind of a tight spot right here. The other thing that can happen too is you get locked into like a chase. So if you get locked into like chasing price, where the chasing price thing would be maybe they flush us here, but then they hit this in the morning. Let's say they hit this in the morning, and then you're like, oh, it's going to pull back down to where Cap says down here, all the sphere. Maybe it just pulls back here, and then we're sideways melt, nail the Friday, Wednesday close, and then that's where the real down sell comes. I think we talked about this
10 seconds
in this stuff here, where the quick roll overnight, then we're up, and you don't actually get the we're not attacking this, we're just beating this one, and this is like a Friday, 1600 Friday right here. So just be aware of the flush, be aware of this kind of like chase that's on. And you're likely not going to get, I don't think that this is improbable to sweep this down here, but I would think that if you hit this, the closer you get to this one right here, the better a chance of a flush. And it's probably around the 5th, 3rd through 5th, somewhere in there. So just, look for a pullback, look for a flush, try to do spreads. Don't go balls deep with spreads. Leave some money on the table. You can see it here as they're coming in. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong side here. So if you can just see any kind of flushing activity.
So right now at the top of the hour, Trump is to sign executive orders. There's no live video for this. It is closed press. But if we do find a video,
another neat part here is we have now opened up more upside on this 4 hour. See this 4 right here? This is telling you that it'll be bought. Now, of course, the back test has to work, right? When we open up one of these white lines right here, not this one. This is just 470 supply. When we open up one of these things, you still need
it's quickly rising up as much as 3.3%.
So it has to be like some kind of a back test, a new high, and then you're off and running. Just so you know. How y'all doing out there? Everybody doing okay? Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I gotta go food shopping now. I do want you to know though that a pullback is expected. Your jump point is 660. So if you're looking to instigate a new trade, it's 660 still. I just don't know if you can get the flush right now. I think it's Wednesday. I truly think it's like Wednesday 4:15. I think they run this thing right up into that 683, 685 supply side for people to step off the market. Maybe
So
get some
no
selling
headline
from
to
there
back on the
into
move
the
forward.
first or third.
Netflix shares
Consolidation for a second run
up as much as 3.3%.
Could be a matter of fighting that 683, 85 once or twice Wednesday and Thursday. The other thing to consider here too is that dealers will want to do big moves over weekends, holidays. They won't catch that print unless it's like the last few minutes of the day before the holiday or the come back from the holiday. So also think about if we're going to do this holiday trade, it's okay to chase, but you kind of have to if you're going to go long in a holiday rally, you have to get long all day long. It's like start in the morning, don't sell until the end of the day. The other it's like 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon you sell, maybe even 3 or 4. And then you have to worry about overnights. We'll grind all day sideways 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, literally. And then it's just ripping faces off into the close of a weekend or a 3-day holiday. The only way that I can say to describe that is sometimes I've gotten beaten up on holiday rallies where I'm right directionally, but I get cut up and then it starts moving and I'm self-doubting. So I'm like in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. And I always like in the holiday rally a call spread. I've already told you guys that. You guys know I have call spreads on right now. It's an easy way to capture all that shit and get the print that you want and not have to be holding its hand all the time. You get to capture the trade. And if you do that from here into the end of the year right now, you're probably going to be given at least 1 or 2 chances. You more than likely have at least one blast to the downside at some point off a high. And you probably have 1 or 2 decent pullbacks in that mix. So if you're not long call spreads, even if you just do it as a part of your mix, even if you're like, I'm just going to day trade it all day long, call spreads are nice because it's like free fucking money. You don't have to work on it too hard. And I know that some people had call spreads last week, and I think Bork did, and I told Bork, don't sell, right? You just hang out and just let this happen. It's the beauty of call spreads. They come back, and they'll print for you on the expiry, believe it or not. Usually on the day of expiry at like fucking 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll hit like a 90% print, and you'll walk away. There is some money lost in spreads. Some people say there isn't, but there is. You won't hit a full 100 or go over it. You'll hit like 90, 95% or whatever. Here we go. Nice little squeeze up into the close. We are looking to trade higher. Target upside 6. I'll give you a pin strike. 676.26. That's the target. Just so you know. Trading up into the close right now. I was watching that trade as I got out of the doctor's office, and I'm like, God damn, they're going to be pissed. So then I drew the line all the way up, and when you're into these things right here, man, like if you're just like end of the year shit, any flat correction or pullback, call spread. It's so easy. You'll get some Christmas presents, you'll pay your medical bills, you make your wife happy, all that kind of stuff. You can see this one down here. We're crawling across right now, trying to creep on up in the downside. Maybe it's a pop and drop and then down. I got you. I understand. I tried saying it last night before futures. Came out, I think, at 4 or 5 p.m. We weren't in futures yet, and I said we're going up. So I hope that helps you if you were on sell side and you wanted to get long to counter that trade. Now would be the time for you to sell and take your money and pay for your short or your bearish bets. I did post that on Intuit yesterday at, I believe, 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Hope you're doing well. You're all doing well out there. You guys good?
Just a reminder,
Right
with
now on
Trump
MOC,
later today,
I've
what
got
he's supposed
Mag
to be signing
7
executive
buy.
orders on AI.
It's pretty much like an 80% buy in Mag 7. I'll give you some lists. Apple, Misfit, Google, Tesla, Meta, NVDA, Amazon. I do not see GE in that list today on the S&P 500. S&P 500 is about a 60% buy
Specifically,
side.
the draft order floated
B,
Wednesday,
B,
November 19th, for
BRKB,
direct National
NVIDIA,
Telecommunications and Information Administration.
Hold on, I'm
Voice
going to turn
news
this up.
disconnected.
Ready for your closing MOC buy side? Burke B, NVIDIA, MMM, KD, and Netflix. NASDAQ is a big time buy too. For top 5 sells, so top 5 buys: Burke B, NVDA, MMM, KD, NFLX. On top 5 sells, I've got Walmart, BAC, PH, JPM, NEM, sell side, WMT, BAC, PH, NEM, JPM. Mag 7 buy sides, the biggest ones are Amazon, NVIDIA, then Tesla, then Apple. Lowest buys on Mag 7, Misfit, Google, Meta. Meta's almost a sell side, but it's not sell side yet, but it's just not that many buys. MMM, now the biggest buy side on S&P 500 into the close right now. How are y'all doing out there? How do I feel about Enron? I try to wear this hat when I go on to like I go to places like this. If I have like errands and stuff to run, I'll wear this hat. Piss off an old man somewhere. You know, back in my time, like, yeah, I got you, bro. Well, come on over here, old man. I'll ask you some questions. You can enlighten me. I need more information. I appreciate wisdom. I'm getting old now. I can listen to it. So up is the way. More than likely an opening sell, I would think. Like 9:30. Whatever. One warning I'll give you is if there's any pullbacks and up in tomorrow's open, that opening bell, just leave it alone. Let the market breathe. I'll be here with you. I have one more doctor's appointment tomorrow at 1:30 with my general physician. And we'll see where we go from there. And what else? Yeah, just that. If you don't like the idea of the setup for tomorrow, what you could do is try to come back for like 6 p.m. If you want to trade futures, you want to like be able to get in and out, trade futures. Like come in for 6 p.m. If it gets bought at 6 p.m. or it gets bought at 9 p.m., we can run it up for that little extra cherry on top and then come back for a pullback too. That's another option too. You close your calls and look for some kind of a dip buy in the overnight. I think David AMS said he was going to be here at 6 or something. He just got back home. So maybe he's sleeping and maybe he wakes back up around 6. If you want, I can meet back with you too. We can take a look at the expectations on this. It is going to matter what happens between 6 and 9 p.m. This expectation for tomorrow is preliminary if you don't know. If you ever want to join us too, our community is dirt cheap. Like we have Gamma tools in our Discord that we made. We've got everything you need. We've got all the pro tools from all the big companies out there. We get Bloomberg terminal access all day long in real time. We get white papers. We get anything you need. Anything that like literally just signing up for our Discord is dirt fucking cheap for what you get. And we do stock picks and all that kind of stuff. Spec growth picks. Matter of fact, let me give you some spec growth end of day. I don't know if these will be good for tomorrow, but CGON, CGON, PACS. Anyone out there like PACS? We called that one out last week. PACS been cranking. Another good one right here is BKV, trying to break out right now. BKV. That's Bravo Kilo Victor. Bravo Kilo Victor. Take a look at that one too. If you ever want a trading community, people you can hang out with, people that you want to become friends with, learn how to trade with, that kind of stuff, check us out. Happy Thanksgiving if you're leaving today. If you're done, if you're out of here, please be safe. Don't beat anybody up. Don't fight with anybody. Don't drive drunk. There's no need these days. You've got Lyft everywhere. You've got Uber. You don't like some place you're at, call yourself a Lyft and exit out stage door left and don't tell anybody. Just bounce. You don't need to be fighting with anybody in life. And I want you to enjoy your holiday. If you've had a rough go of it, if you're going through a divorce, a death in your family, if you're going through any kind of like anything that's that negative, reach out to someone. If you don't think that you have anyone in your life, put a plea for call for help out anywhere, socials, wherever you are. Say, I'm not having a good time. I'm alone and need someone with me. You'd be surprised out there, people that will come to your aid and rescue in the holidays. All you have to do is speak up. I've been there. I've had rough holidays in my life, so don't feel like you can't ask for help around the holidays. I want you to know out there, if you're ever considering doing something harmful to yourself or someone else, please don't. People care for you. Even the people that you might think don't love you or like you, they want you to be here another day to fight some more. So now is not the time to do it. Please don't. Another thing, I don't know, I haven't spoken to, I'm going to try to speak to Mr. Yen's family member that we're friends with and see if he's going to be streaming it all during Thanksgiving. We might try to take a run over to see him on Wednesday, maybe. And we turn the stream off or something, send a couple thousand people over there or something, go see what he's doing on Thanksgiving. Well, you all have a great night. Hold on, I'm getting, my phone is blowing up here. Hold on. I don't know who's calling me right now. It's an 800 number. Why? It's always like people that. It's always people that want me to get credit or something, or I don't know what the fuck these people want me to take loans. I don't need no loans in my life. That's right. The Irish goodbye is the right move always, 100%. The Irish goodbye is the best move every time. Don't do it. Don't do it. I was just in a store a moment ago, and there was someone was mean in there, and the store person, the cashier, was upset. I was like, "Don't let these people get to you right now, man. Like, they're gonna come in and they're gonna be angry, and it's the holidays, and they're gonna treat you like shit, and like, don't let them eat your day up. It's your holiday just as much as it is theirs. So don't do it. Try not to be. Probably be patient with people. Gratitude is the season right now. If you don't have any gratitude the rest of the year, this is your chance. So, like, you got a few days. Be nice. That's right, Pop Smoking Gun. I'm with you on that, huh? Fucking A. Just disappear. No one's going to care. I'm like, where'd he go over there? Why are you fighting with me? And then his family's going to say, because you're an asshole, that's why he's gone. So... you have yourself a great night, guys. I will pop back in at like 6. I'll show up at 6 p.m. and we'll see what's going to happen between now and 9 p.m. I'm assuming they're going to rip this up either, overnight or whatever, and then onto the opening bell they'll start selling it or trade it sideways or whatever. It's like today's Monday, we got Tuesday, and then Wednesday should be the ramp to 85 or a failure of 85 or whatever on Wednesday or Thursday. Just don't get suckered in here. You know what I mean? Like, be patient. You get all the time in the world at the end of the year. Today is the 24th. We got a whole nother week. Another pull down, and then at the end of the year. All right, thank you, Rydenar. I appreciate that. Okay, I think Rydenar's posting some shit inside the Discord. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Some of you I'll see at 6 p.m. I'll see you in the Discord, and I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And I'll be here with you all day long. Happy Thanksgiving.